The Dent Slayer, Matt Boyette. Thank you so much for being here.
She's smooth, boy. She's smooth.
11 years ago, my wife and I went on like an anniversary trip to Northern California. Flew into San Francisco, and then we ended up going to Yosemite National Park. And that was one of the first national parks we'd ever gone to. We really weren't really into it. But have either of y'all been to Yosemite?
I've never been to California and don't really plan on it.
It is one of the most beautiful states, but you got some other stuff you got to deal with.
Yeah.
So anyways, we go there. It's beautiful. It's just like, it really gets us into, man, we need to go to these national parks. But when we went there, someone asked us, hey, did you hike Half Dome? And we're like, no. And they're like, oh, well, if you want to hike Half Dome, you have to apply for a permit, and you have to get into a lottery in order to hike up this thing. And so that was 11 years ago. We heard about this, and so for the past, I think 5 or 4 years, we've been applying for a permit to hike that hike.
Huh.
And so you hike this thing, and at the very top of it, there are these famous cables that they installed about 100 years ago. And so the cool thing about Yosemite is that it's a valley with all these granite features all over the valley. It's incredible. And so Half Dome is one of the most recognizable things that you'll ever see as far as like a mountain feature. So after 4 or 5 years, we got a permit to hike it. This past, it was actually on Memorial Day, I think, the day that we got the permit for.
Like this year?
Labor Day. So September 1st.
Yeah.
Labor Day.
Okay.
So we got that permit, and we made a trip out of having that permit to hike this thing. And so if you look into it, it's about it says it's about 16 miles or 14 miles round trip. But we'll get into this, but we woke up at 4 a.m. to start this thing so that we can get back before it gets dark. So you start it in the dark. And so you have flashlights, and you're starting this thing, and it's basically all the way up and then all the way down, just up and then down. And so we get up at 4 a.m., 4:45, we start. Headlamps in the dark, turn off the lights, and the sky's just full of stars. Incredible.
Yeah.
So you're hiking up this beautiful thing, passing waterfalls and everything. So we got there to the very top around noon. So 4:45 to noon, all the way up. Neither of us had any problems. Felt great because you're looking forward to getting on top of this thing, and climbing these cables is kind of dangerous, but it's very steep and it's granite, and you have to hold on to these cables, and people are coming up and down, and you kind of have to pass each other, and it's kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
So when we were doing it, there would be people that kind of go up it, and they're like, I'm not doing this, and they turn back around and go back down. But they just hiked all day to get there, and then they're kind of afraid and they can't do it, and they go back down. So it's not really that dangerous unless you have some kind of fear or something to mess you up. But it was incredible. Everything was great. Get all the way up. So we start going back down, and I just started a little bit of pain in one of my knees, right? Just a little bit. And it's like, oh man, my knee's starting to hurt. And then start, a little bit more. And then I start favoring the other leg to compensate. And then, dude, so when we probably got about 3 miles left, and I can barely walk. My wife's, she's hurting. She's not as bad as me, but I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to get off this mountain. Like this is hard. Like every step is painful. But they tell you before there's no rescues. There's really only like a helicopter is the only way someone could come get you, unless you had like a team of strong people to carry you off the mountain, because it's just a little trail.
Yeah.
And so that was it. It ended up taking us until it took us 14 and a half hours, I think.
Goodness.
And my wife's watch said 22 miles. And it was the hardest day of like physical day of my life.
So going down's always the worst part. So when I was in North Carolina this year working hell, like by myself up there, especially Greensboro, I was like, every Sunday I found somewhere to hike. And, going up's fine. Like, yeah.
You would think it'd be the opposite.
It burns.
'Cause you're fighting gravity.
But when you're coming down, it's putting that different pressure on your knees and stuff. And so, you find out quick. And hate to say it, you're getting older, brother. So.
Dude, but we passed. There was a girl almost to the top who was not in good shape, right? She was a little thick, but she was super cool. She'd been hiking since 2 a.m. And we kind of passed her, and we passed several people like that, and we were like, what are they? They're not making it off this mountain today. Like, it's going to take them. It might take that one girl 24 hours to do that.
Yeah.
But it is, once you go up, you got to come back down. And so it's just, it's easy to underestimate how difficult something like that is. But then you have no choice but to just keep going.
Yeah.
But I've done some hard things like in the military and stuff, but that was the hardest physical thing where I just had to keep going one step, pain until the very end. And it was so hard. But then afterwards we were like, this was so good for us to just do it, as a couple, to just experience that together and to go through that together. It was really cool. And we'll probably, keep that going somewhat.
Yeah.
Because at the end of it, we were both like,
maybe a flatter area.
Dude, we were both at the end of it. We're like, we're never doing this again, never again. But then, like the next day, we're like, man, that was great. I'm talking, I could barely walk. I'm talking like, step. It was very.
Did your knees swell or anything? Like, when you got back down, were they?
I wasn't really looking if they were swollen.
You couldn't feel it.
I could feel it. I could barely move it. Like it was when we got in the car, drove back to the hotel we're staying in the valley, and because all you're thinking about the whole time is cheeseburger at the end. But I ordered 2 meals, and to walk from the car into the little cafeteria that's there was painful and slow.
Wow.
And but took, ibuprofen, vitamins, ate a ton of food, but then the next day coming off of it, I was like, okay, tomorrow we're flying home and then I'm working the next day. I don't think I'm going to be able to work. But that next day I woke up and I could bend my knees a little and I was like, okay, I can move. I'll be fine. I'll be able to go to work tomorrow. But
did you have anybody that was going up there pretty quick, coming down pretty quick? Because I made this one hike, and it was just say a 5 mile up and down. Mm-hmm. And when I started, this guy ran past me the opposite direction. And I got about a third of the way up. The dude's passing me coming down. So that means he's already made it around. He passed me 3 times in the entire trip.
No way.
Wow.
We're just running. I'm talking about, I was hiking up the back side of this trail was like the worst side. It didn't have the steps and all that. So I'm like going through the woods. I'm talking about barely a path anywhere, rock, all this kind of stuff. I just wanted to make it as tough as possible. And this dude's just flying past me. I'm like, are you kidding me?
He has put in the reps. His body is used to that.
David Coggins.
Dude. He's carrying the boats and the logs, baby.
The next hike you should do, you should plan on, is the Black Canyon of the Gunnison, which is out in Colorado, and that's a reverse hike. It's a canyon, and me and my wife did that for our 10-year anniversary, and totally underestimated that hike. Similar, not as probably as fatiguing as yours, but like They only allow so many backcountry passes per day, so you got to put in for it because they don't want, they're not flooding it with people going down there, and it's really treacherous. So you start at the top, and it's a canyon. So you go down, you do the easy part first, as opposed to a normal hike where so you just go down and you're kind of underestimating it, and you're going all super fast, and you're just kind of flying through it, and you're not really paying attention.
And you're in a great mood at the beginning.
You're in a great mood. It's all easy, right?
Coffee's still hitting.
Yeah, and it's easy. You're comfortable, and then you get down there, and then you're exploring down at the bottom of the canyon, and it's beautiful. It's amazing. And then it's like, all right, now we gotta get out of here before the sun goes down, and then the work starts. Then it's like
you're thinking about that cheeseburger
coming out of the canyon. And we totally underestimated it. We did not bring enough water.
Yep.
We did not bring enough calories, like granola bars and stuff to replenish you. And going back, so like part of it is what do they call it with the loose rocks that kind of slide? I don't know what we call that. I don't know. It was just loose, kind of
very hard to
kind
walk
of gravelly.
on. Yeah.
Going down, it's like, oh, it's easy. It's like a slide. It's kind of one step is like 5 feet. But then going back, it was sucking. And they got chains and areas to help get you up. And it was bad. We got to the top and barely made it out before sunset. And we go to the nearest place to eat, to consume anything. It was a Subway, which I do not eat at Subways.
But
we went straight to that Subway, and I just scarfed.
Would you get 2 footlongs?
My wife, we're sitting there at the thing, and she's like, Matt, I'm about to faint. And I'm like, don't do that here.
At the Subway?
I don't want them calling 911, because you fainted.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm serious. I'm about to pass out. I'm like, well, go do it in the car if you're going to
do it in the car.
So I said, you're going to get up. I'm going to come put my arm around you. I'm going to walk you out. And then I'll come get your drink or whatever. But get to the car because I don't want that delaying us getting out of this.
What an inconvenience, this woman.
She was mad at me about that, but she didn't pass out. We got her to the car and got her Coke and filled. Just everything, just whatever, just get it in you.
Yeah.
But that was you don't really think about a reverse hike where it's easy going down and then hard coming back, as opposed to strenuous. But even coming back is hard.
Yeah.
What's hard, I think, about those style hikes is like there's a saying that the art of running downhill slowly, because when you have resistance, it's easier. Like running uphill is easier because you have resistance, right? Mm-hmm. But then when you're running downhill, you don't have any resistance.
Just absorbing the motion.
Well, and you have the momentum from the hill, which is getting ahead of your steps. If you try running downhill fast, you're going to dirt nap it.
Yeah.
You're going to, because you don't have that resistance. And so that resistance, although we don't think about it, is actually helping you, right? It's correcting your technique and it's making you better. But yeah, reverse hikes are fun. I would imagine there's some that are similar, like in the Grand Canyon. I've never been there, but I would like to.
Have you seen that one? I don't even know what it's called, but it's like a beach. It's a sandy dune, and everybody wants to run down it.
Yes.
And go to and then there's a sign. It's a $5,000 rescue.
If they have to come get you.
Yeah, because you can make it down in 10 minutes or whatever.
Okay.
But it takes hours, and it's nothing but sand, and you're just clawing your way back up, and
where's that at?
I can't remember.
Is that in the Great Sand Dunes in Colorado or something?
I don't know. I don't remember. I see
I've
these
seen
videos
clips of this.
all the time, and I can't remember where it's at. But hey, there's water out there. It's like, oh yeah, we can run down this, and
you're so hyped to get there,
and you're dead by the time you get back. I mean,
if you can make it back.
If you can make it back.
Yeah, it's the same
Crazy.
thing, man. It's you don't think about it and you get all excited, and next thing you know, you're in a bad spot.
But doing the hikes and especially uphill, I haven't hiked in forever, and me doing that, you feel good starting, and then you just get, winded and stuff, and then you hit that wall, and then it's like, then your body starts adapting and starts getting easier. And that's like what they say doing, marathons and stuff like that and triathlons is you got to hit that breaking point. And then once your body wants to shut down, keep moving forward, eventually your body just keeps going. So that's pretty cool.
I've broken my wrists, I've broken my arms, I've broken my hand, I've broken my leg, my ankles, sprained all of them. So like all my joints are really just susceptible to, they're not super strong. And we were doing some hike, because I was in Colorado working for a couple of years continuously. So we did like every hike we could freaking do. And I remember we went on some hike. It was just a day hike. It wasn't anything. It was far out, but it wasn't, it wasn't these that we're talking about. But we got to the destination, which was like a lake at the end or something. And I'm being stupid and I'm running, jumping rocks, and I twisted my ankle.
Oh no.
Bad.
Dude, that's...
And
yep.
I literally went like, frick, man, now I've got to get out of here. And I'm not calling rescue. I'm not.
You're not going to be that guy.
Don't faint here. Like, I'm not. I'm not. And I was like, and so I had to hobble out of that thing. And that made me, I was like, dadgummit, man, I am not the freaking youth that I was, where I can just, even if you can be youth and get, but like when you're getting older, like you got to be careful, man, because just something like that,
you're done.
Yeah, like I don't know what I would have done. Like, obviously there was probably some people ways I could have got rescued. I wasn't in like the backcountry, but it was like
you should carry like sports tape. We had KT tape with us, in case something like that happened. But that is scary. One twist of your ankle could.
This was just a day hike that you're not like. Planning,
yes.
You're not.
It's just for fun.
Yeah. I've got an IFAC on me, and I'm just like, you're just going for the day. Throw a couple granola.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
Ball of water.
Yeah,
and you underestimate.
You're wearing
it,
Crocs,
and it can go never. When you catch me doing that, ever. Every repair shop owner knows insurance claims slow everything down. Enter ClaimConnection.io. Experts in writing CCC estimates and submitting claims that stick. They'll fight for every dollar while you do what you do best: quality repairs and making customers happy. ClaimConnection.io. Relentless claim support so you can fix more dents, make more money, and stress less.
Still wrangling spreadsheets and scribbling estimates by hand? Say no more. Mobile Tech RX gives you everything in one slick app. Estimates, job tracking, QuickBooks integration, and more. It's built to help recon pros work smarter, ditch the admin grind, and get paid faster. Start your 5-day free trial at mobiletechrx.com. So today's guest has been a PDR technician for 11 years. Owner of Eagle Dent Repair in the Mobile, Alabama area. He's been married to Mandy for 25 years, 3 kids. Today's guest, Brandon Schmitz. Welcome to the podcast, Brandon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
I'm excited about it.
It's your first podcast you ever been on?
First podcast. Never done this before in my life. But no, I'm excited about it. I really love how y'all have taken this and just turned it into quote unquote a professional podcast. Our podcast and all the other ones that are out there, Ginger Bros podcast, by the way. It's a live thing. It's for an hour, whatever. But this right here, y'all have stepped it up. Y'all are like the Joe Rogan of the PDR industry now. So, congrats.
And well, thank you. And we wrestle back and forth all the time about the style of the show, as far as like, it's really, especially in the beginning with because it's so convenient the way that you guys are doing it, to just have such good guests and so many guests easily on. And even when we started this, we're like, bro, how are we going to get guys here to Jax, to St. Augustine, to come speak for, an hour originally? Now 3.5 hours.
Now it's a staple of at least 3 hours.
At least.
But it's I think it started with like, and maybe you guys can have input in it, but like guys were maybe skeptical, like we'll see if this takes or whatever. And then as we've just continued, your episode number 15, I think, right?
Yes.
As we've continued to do that, we've only got more and more people reaching out, wanting to come, because I think that they've bought into like, okay, this is legit, and this is something, also what we wanted to do was really be able to document people's stories and archive that forever, as however hard drives are going to exist. And so we know that there's a lot of people with unique stories out there, and we wanted to be able to get them in here, capture it, and obviously educate the Dent community or whatever community they're from, but then just archive it and have it for that kind of historical standpoint. But I think people are seeing that of it, that side of it.
Well, we can't do that with our live podcast. You can't get that in depth. We, excuse me, you try to condense everything like the Ginger Bros. We wanted to get technicians on, get to know them on a personal level, not just talk about PDR the whole time. But even with that, I mean, we try to keep it to that hour, max.
You're always stopping. You're like, hey, we got to move on.
Yeah, we want to talk more in depth, but no, this was needed because, like you said, there's a lot of stories out there, and listening to a lot of them, you start realizing that a lot of us almost have the same backstory, like family life, growing up, and a lot of us are kind of the same in certain ways, and it's pretty neat. But this, y'all doing this at least once a month or whatever, and just diving deep and just talking, man. It's almost like a therapy session. I mean, honestly. And then when, like
just even listening is like therapy?
Well, listening but having the guest on and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, you hear a lot of great stories. But another good thing is 3-hour podcast. Me, when I'm driving here, 2 podcasts, I'm here. 6-7 hour drive, it just cuts it. Between y'all and Kill Tony, it's
okay.
It's
So we're competing with Kill Tony.
Hey, they're the #1 comedy show right now. So
wow,
y'all are, I think, the #1 PDR podcast right now.
So you mentioned that y'all, I believe y'all were the first to emphasize getting to know a technician on a personal level.
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, that's influenced. Y'all have definitely influenced what we do here.
Well, I mean, we had y'all on.
Yeah.
Separate. Like, I didn't know you until we started the show talking to Matt, and Matt was talking about you with your Black, Pelican Media and stuff. And, but we just never dove deep. Like, we were talking to you to, like, do this crazy intro for us, but then it just...
That's right.
Yeah, we were wanting to remake the
intro to the podcast.
Yeah, but it was the what was that 80s show? Perfect Strangers. Like, we were wanting to do, but we'd have to like come down here or like to do the whole intro for the Perfect Strangers. But it just, we're like, no, we'll figure this out.
Yeah.
But no, my whole thing was when we got coaxed into doing a podcast, I'm like, look, we'll do it, but I want to do it different. I just want to talk to technicians. We started out wanting to get newer technicians on, but then we kind of veered off of just doing that to where getting technicians who kind of fly under the radar, aren't really on social media a lot. And then, then we have ones on that everybody has on, and that's another thing is if somebody another show has somebody on, I don't want to have that same person on because it gets redundant. You have 1 week this person's on this podcast, the next week the same person's on this podcast. It's almost the same thing.
Yeah,
I don't want that. I've asked technicians, hey, you want to be on this week? And they're like, yeah. And then I see an ad for another podcast and they're going to be on that. I'm like, hey, sorry, we're going to have to do this like a year later or something. You know, I mean, I'm just that way. And Andy knows that. He's the same way too. But no, we just wanted to get to know people. I would rather get to know somebody. I can talk more about, you know, with someone about their personal life than just sitting out there talking about PDR. I do PDR all day, every day. I don't want to talk about it all day, every day. You know, I'd rather get to know y'all, you know, and talk about other stuff. You know, that's just how I am. But
so bring it back. Where'd you grow up? What was it like growing up?
First, before we do that,
okay.
I know there's a tradition here, so I have something for you.
Okay.
All right.
Before we get too in depth here,
he's digging through a bag behind himself.
So I know y'all wanted stuff to hang on the wall.
What?
So,
oh my goodness!
In 2020, I had started making wooden American flags,
dude,
and I made, gosh, I can't even remember that the whole American flag out of 2x4s was what screwed my shoulder up. And then I had somebody ask about, I did the Spartan mask.
Yeah.
And then I had somebody ask about the Punisher skull. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. So, yeah. I was trying to think of something. I was like, what can I bring them? What can I bring them? I didn't have time
That's amazing, man.
Dude. And I had that one hanging up. I'm like, yep, that's what I'm bringing them. So y'all can hang that on your
so sick
your wall up here.
I love, you know, the skull thing. Started with obviously the Slayer skull, and then you know Kevin kind of spun it, and we need to start bringing skulls. And so it's turned. But I love the variety of skulls. You know, we had Shalot bring the I don't know what cow skull, which I was
super
like
different and cool.
I was like, that's so cool. It's so different. It's not just a skull, a cliche skull. And that was like, that's so sick. And then even this, like these, because now they're getting different little personalities.
Yeah.
Where it's not just a skull, it's got the little personalities that go with them, just like this. I know this is what you do. The American.
That's incredible.
It's all hand carved. So
and the reason this is opposite, normally I have the stars on this side, but another guy had ordered, and I have the regular, and he put it in there in his shooting range on one side, and he's like, hey, can you make me one where the stars are on the opposite side? And I did it, and I guess forgot to send it to him. And I've asked him, I was like, hey, I still got to send it. Oh, no, you sent it to me. So I guess I made two like that. So I hung that up. I've got my original Spartan one. I'll never get rid of it. But that one right there, I'm like, I was like, it's too late for me to like make another one for y'all.
Yeah.
And I saw that. I was like, oh, that's perfect right there. So
it's perfect.
Yeah.
So in the movie American Sniper, you know how the SEALs that Chris Kyle was with, they had this painted on their Humvees.
Yeah.
So I was in Ramadi at the same time as them, and we worked with those guys, and they had that symbol on their stuff. So that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you.
They're fun to make.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
But my shoulder hurts.
Incredible.
My goal is to have that wall just covered with whatever.
Yeah.
And we talked about too, also doing these refrigerator magnets.
Oh yeah.
Like from your state. And I know we should probably talk about that. So if you are going to come, maybe just bring a refrigerator magnet from your state.
I would have had to bring a leprechaun or something.
Dude, have you seen the leprechaun in Mobile?
I've never personally seen them, but
one of the
it could be a crackhead.
Could be a crackhead.
Got hold to the wrong stuff.
I saw a new video yesterday, and
Is
I
that
sent
from
it.
Mobile?
Yeah,
That video?
2005. Yeah,
From the Crichton area?
From the Crichton, from Pritchard area.
I got that video memorized.
Yeah, you do. You got a bunch of crap memorized.
Stupid stuff.
and the magical flute been
Passed down from generations. My grandfather's grandfather gave me this. It wards off the spells.
Everybody see leprechaun, say yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, but no, it's Mobile is a special place.
The best part of that video is the amateur sketch of the leprechaun that they show.
It is going around. It's on T-shirts. It's on Mardi Gras throws.
Oh, yeah.
Necklaces, everything. They're stuffed like pillows of it.
Of the sketch?
Yeah, that they throw out at Mardi Gras and stuff too. It's just the face. I mean, it's hilarious. I was in New Orleans after Katrina, and that came out, and people were like, "This is where you're from?" These are all like guys from North Carolina, all over.
Yeah.
This is where you're from? I'm like, great.
Those are the kind of things that I love about the internet.
Yes.
You know, I know a lot of people get down on the internet about whatever, and obviously there's lots of, but things like that just make the internet like.
Because if you're trying to come up with a good, funny video, there's no way that you could come up with that just out of your imagination. It had to just happen.
Well, how they got the whole community involved and then got the news out there to cover this. And it wasn't just that night. You had interviews, you know, like the guy with the flute. It's during the day, you know. And the lady in the, I mean, it went on for a day and a half and just, hey, but it's been an internet sensation.
Wow.
Before the internet was like made, I mean, it just.
So for people who haven't seen the video, what should they type into YouTube?
Leprechaun, Mobile, Alabama. You can do that. I mean.
And then listen to the remix. They made a song out of it.
Yeah.
Gotta listen to that.
So I found a video yesterday and I sent it to Andy. I think Kevin too, but it was Marshawn Lynch. And he's over in Ireland meeting with this Irish guy, and he's like, you know, talking about leprechauns. And then talking about, oh, we got one in Mobile, you know, and start showing the guy the video. The guy's like, yes, they made it, or sent Mobile something like a certificate or something saying, you know, actual, yes, it's a real leprechaun.
Certified.
Like, certified leprechaun in Mobile. I was like, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Crazy.
Okay, so
you're from Mobile.
From Mobile.
That's where you grew up?
Yes. So yeah, Mobile, that's South Alabama. It's on the water. Well, we got a bay. So you have Mobile County on the west side, and you have Baldwin County on the right side of the bay. So you got Mobile Bay. There's a fort on each side of that back in Civil War days, that's what protected the harbor. Didn't do too well protecting the harbor. So, but we're the one of the largest ports along the Gulf Coast. You know, a lot of shipbuilding stuff, military ships and stuff like that. A lot of cargo coming in and out of there. But Mobile is a huge county, so we got, I mean, countless cities in this. So you've got city life all the way to the outskirts in the country. We got beaches on that side. The Baldwin County side, the eastern shore is what we call it. That's where Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, going into the Florida line, Perdido, stuff like that. So that's where the really nice beaches are, and in the snooty part of the state. I grew up on that side of the bay.
On the nicer side?
On the nicer
side. Snooty side.
For a little while, parents got divorced. Mom remarried. My stepdad.
How old were you when they got divorced?
5.
Yep.
So moved to Mobile, out in the country. My parents built the shop that I own now. My dad was a mechanic, specialized Mercedes, BMW, pretty much any foreign. I mean, back in the 80s, early 90s, I mean, he worked on Ferraris, Porsches. I took karate. he picked me up one night in one of the customers' Ferraris, and they're all out there. Is that yours? I'm like, yeah. You know, he didn't want to leave it at the shop. He'd drive it home, you know, stuff like that.
So your shop was a mechanic shop?
My shop was a mechanic shop.
Nice.
And I work on all my own stuff. So that's why I don't have like the flooring like you have in here, because I'll still spill oil and antifreeze and all that kind of stuff. But moved over there, and then we built it in 85. Then in 92, I think, we moved back across the bay. So my mom's side of the family and my real dad, my birth father's side, are all on that Eastern Shore side. So we moved over to Fairhope, which is like the snootiest of snooty towns on that side. I graduated from there. As soon as I graduated, I went straight back to Mobile. So I'm the black sheep. I've moved back. And been there ever since, you know. So it's a, yeah.
How old are you?
I'll be 46 in December.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think I'm older than y'all, right?
No.
Not older than you. You're
a little older
I just
than me.
turned 49
okay. Yeah, you're old.
this month.
In the middle of us.
Really?
I'm 43.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're a youngin'.
So do you when your dad was a mechanic, and then when he built that shop, do you remember?
I remember.
Was he already a business owner before that, or he worked for someone else?
So he worked for somebody else. Worked for where my mom had worked on the Eastern Shore over there. I can't even remember the name of it then, but they had a mechanic shop down there for all their like fleet vehicle type deals. I mean, it wasn't tons, but so when they decided to build the shop or go out on their own, he already had a pretty good clientele, like big time doctors, lawyers, stuff like that. And so they kind of worked out a deal with them to get the money to purchase the land. Once they purchased the land, they were able to use that as collateral to get the loan to build the shop. Okay. Well, they would fix those customers' cars. All they paid for were the parts cost. So once the labor costs, dwindled down to where they didn't owe, and they had like 10 people that went in together and helped them do that. So that was pretty cool. And I'm talking about it's like hospitals and stuff like that, or wings of them are named after some of these doctors and stuff. And they were long-time customers. It's back when people kept their cars, the older Mercedes and Jaguars and all this, that before the 10-year warranties and the 100,000-mile warranties came out and all the electronic stuff. But he's the best mechanic that I've ever come across. Like that was his God-given talent. Was at 5 years old, he was taking lawnmower engines apart and putting them back together for fun. Mm-hmm. Like he still has one of those engines, Wow. My grandparents or his parents worked the railroad back then, so they were always gone.
So how did that transition from his business to a PDR business?
Well, when I started my business, Eagle Dent Repair, I was mobile, but then I got into doing bigger jobs. So I'm like, hey, can I use a bay in here? Yeah. So I would schedule some things there. And then it just progressed into, okay, now it's time to pull the trigger on either leasing a spot somewhere or buying a shop somewhere. And where my shop is, they had just expanded from a 2-lane road to a 5-lane. Mm. So I knew,
wow,
eventually this stretch right here is going to explode. It's not in the busiest part of town, but it's a pretty busy road. So once talking with them, I knew they were going to want to retire fairly soon. He was wanting to wait till like 70 before he retired. It's just him and my mom. No employees, just them. They had cut it down went from 5 to 4 days a week to 3 days a week. And so me using a spot in there, pretty much right until I bought it in 2020, I basically had a bay. 4 bays, I had a bay in there. But I couldn't touch and change anything else in that place. It was still a mechanic shop, and had 2 lifts in there. So that kind of, it made everything real tight. And so they were wanting to retire. So we made an agreement. They 2019 in October, they went to Gatlinburg, spent, I don't know, 3 weeks up there or whatever, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. He come back and he didn't say a word to me for like a week. Like, we're right there by each other. Like, it's just barely anything. Just like a ticked off little kid, like sulking.
You mean as you're working?
Yeah, just like he's doing his stuff, I'm doing, but there's still just like
some tension.
Now, I mean, he's a short little German. He already had no patience whatsoever. I can't tell you how many snap-on tools were out in the kudzu in the back there. But so finally I'm like, what is wrong with, he's like, I'm tired of it. I'm done. I'm tired of working. They enjoyed that trip so much. Got a little taste of his joints and all that have been hurting all these years, and he's tired. Where our house or their house was across the bay, it's an hour drive to the shop, and they've been doing that since '92. So they leave at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon to drive back home. Well, they cut it to 3 days a week, but he was done.
So he was pouting because he had to come back to work.
He's pouting.
I want to know what they did on that vacation. They just
they took the camper up there. They just relaxed. That's all. They rented a Jeep while up there for 24 hours and just rode around and just
had fun.
Just had fun, just enjoying not working, the stress of everything. And he was just to that point. He was already at the time, he's probably 67. Like I said, he's wanting to make it to like 70, but he didn't. So we coming up with an agreement on buying it. And so January 2020, I start buying the property, thinking that they're retiring at the end of 2019. Well, holidays are over with, go back to shop. Here they come in. I'm like, okay, I thought y'all were done. Oh, no, our fiscal year ends in October, so we're not retiring until October. I'm like, okay. So I'm buying the property, but I still can't change anything with the property.
And how many months was that span? Where where the overlap was?
Well, this was January 2020. I started buying
Dang.
it, and they come back in. So anyway,
yeah.
So, I'm scheduling a lot more there. I'm still doing a few wholesale. I still have like my big BMW store, a couple of small.
But they kept you in that one bay?
Yeah, but I was in that one bay. But still all the mechanic stuff around. Like I can't hang my tools on the wall, can't do all, I can't. So everything's still in my truck. Well, then COVID hit. And, that's when they were like, oh, everybody has to stay home, for however long. So they were like, all right, we'll stay home for a week or whatever, 2 weeks. And it got slow. Like mine, it like cut out all the wholesale. Like they weren't selling anything for a couple of weeks, stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I didn't have the retail, like it ended too right then because everybody was just scared. Plus the government was telling everybody, oh, you can't go out and do anything. But then I got a call about going to work hell in Oklahoma. So I'm like, I'll go do that. I didn't want to travel. I traveled for 8+ years before getting into this. I was like, I'm not traveling, but got to do what you got to do. It's insurance money. My wife's like, go. I was like, well, I'll go for 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and do that rotation until. So I went out there for 2 months. I drove out on a Saturday and got to the place that Monday morning. Tuesday morning, my mom called. She's like, we're just letting you know we're done. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, we took our little sign off the front of the building. We're retired. So they weren't going to make it till October. Just being home for a couple of weeks after COVID, Dad's like, I'm done. I'm done. He had that little freedom there again. And so they were completely done. So when I got back in July, I was able to update the office from 1985 to 2020, and then just slowly started doing the rest of the shop. So been great.
What did you do with all his tools?
He took them.
Okay.
Yeah.
He had the space to.
Yeah, he had several, tool chests, but he had a little, like I do now, because I kind of copied him, but just like a Husky cart.
Yeah.
With all his mechanic, like his everyday use tools, which I've patterned myself off that. So all my mechanic and R&I tools are on one cart. And then, I helped him, load up stuff and all that, and he loaded it all up. And then slowly, there was stuff left there, engine hoist and stuff like that. We got rid of one lift. I'm like, I don't need two. I thought I kept the one that was like 9,500 pounds, but after 8 years, I realized it's only like 5,500 pound, and I blew the seals out, lifted my big truck up.
Oh, wow.
And which it had lifted a bunch of times in the past, but I finally, this past December, I got rid of that lift. It's 2-post lift. You can't do PDR really well on a 2-post lift. And it was in the middle. So there's 3 bays that I use, and it was in the middle bay. So you're still squeezing in.
Yeah, that's a bad place for a 2-post lift.
Man, when I got rid of that and 3 bays opened up, eventually I'm going to get a 4-post lift. I can roll to that 4th bay, keep it out of the way. When I need it, I'll roll back in, and then I'll have a 4-post put up there, lift my truck up. I still do all my own mechanic stuff, but it's I would love flooring like yours, Andy's, a lot of the shops do, but
yeah, but even mine, man, like when I first, so the way my shop is for those watching, it's like a long, it's shaped like a long rectangle, and so the first part of it is where you pull in. And I was originally, when I rented the space, I was originally going to floor the whole thing. But I was just trying to budget it out because this stuff's not cheap.
No.
And so I was like, oh, well, I'll start here. Then I can always grow into it later and just add, because you can easily add to it and rearrange it and snap it together. But then when I started working on it, I realized I don't want that floor, because that floor sucks to work on. In my opinion, it does.
I don't like rolling carts around on it.
I don't like rolling carts around on it. I don't like kneeling on it. I don't really care to walk on it. Meaning, like, you can. My floor is the flow through, so it's got, channels where water can drain off. They make it where it's solid, so maybe that would, have a different effect. It would translate different. But once I started working in the shop, I realized, like, because there is form and function, right? Like, you want it to look good, but you also need it to function good. And for me, I was trying to check both boxes, where you want it to look nice, but I need to be able to do work in here. Like, I don't want some, sterile place that looks like, I need to be able to do what I got to do. And so once I started in here, and you're banging on bedsides, and buckets of dirt's falling out, and you're dropping screws, and you're dropping glue tabs and retainers, and you're sweeping up glue tabs, I was like, I ain't doing that floor. And now when I have to go work on that, sometimes like we run out of space and I got to go work on that floor, I absolutely hate it. What I do love about it, and this is why I like my floor, is we get a lot of rain here in Florida, and I can pull a car in and I can put it right there. A pet peeve of mine that I absolutely cannot stand is working in water or in a puddle. It's dry.
That's the worst.
It is. I don't know why, but it's something.
the worst.
Even if it's not deep, it's just a little bit. Like I absolutely can't stand it. So we'll pull a car in, let it sit there, squeegee it off, and you're not walking in water, even if there might be a puddle of water underneath it because it's raised over it. And so that's amazing. And I'll let it sit there and dry off before I pull it in there. And then, but yeah, I will not.
I've got to do something with the flooring. I don't want to do anything raised. I'll probably end up painting it, doing the flakes in it. My next thing is AC, and the only reason, even Mobile, Mobile's freaking humid. 80% humidity. It can be 100 plus with that, during certain times of the year. The worst part in my shop is there's about four or five times out of the year, and it's usually between January and March. It gets so humid that if I raise the door up, even just raise it up and shut it back, bay door, that humidity comes in and my whole floor sweats so bad, it'll get where sometimes it'll be an inch deep in water. If I have anything on the floor, like metal-wise, yeah. So that's the only reason I want AC is those days to cut that moisture out. I'm so used to working in the heat that that's not really what I want it for. But I've got an old portable like AC unit you put in your house and run the duct out to your window.
Yep.
Got an old one. So I'll have my big 48-inch fan on the ground, and I'll kick it on and put that AC behind it. And it'll dry it out overnight. But I'll do that first thing in the morning, like when I get there and I know it's going to be that way. If I keep the doors completely shut, I can control it. But I'm talking about I can lift the bay door, pull the car in, shut it that quick. It's over with.
Wow.
It's 1985 building. That's what I was saying earlier, the insulation in there. You can look at it and it'll go and just,
Yeah.
If you touch it, it just kind of dissipates. So
I want to AC this shop. And I probably end up AC in the shop at some point, but listen, man, I'm not scared to get dirty. I'm not scared to be sweaty. I've been doing them my whole adult life.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do it because of that, but I sometimes I go home and I'm just nasty and it's only from sweat. And I'm like, man, how much better quality of life would I have if it was just not sweaty?
I would still sweat when there's an AC in there. That's just me.
You must be one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm not like bad, but I'm just a sweaty guy.
Now that we do training here too, because I can work in anything, but now we've added, we've got 4 technicians that work here now, and when I have guys come for training, it's like, man, I probably should put some AC in here just to make it a little bit better experience.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to do that, but it's expensive. And then the question is like, if I open that bay door, then what happens? If this AC's been running, how much does it kill it?
Yeah.
And honestly, I like working with my door open because I have, when I'm in the shop, I can visually see customers pull up or somebody's walking by. And I can just easily approach them and give them an estimate as opposed to coming through the office. And so I like having that, the shop door open, but that's why we haven't done it. But I think it's training that I kind of need to do it.
Well, like I said, for me, it's just going to be them certain times out of the year because I like my bay doors open for that. Mine are at the back of the shop. So I'm not on the main road. I'm off a little street. There's a daycare blocking my building from the main road. But either way you drive on that 5-lane, you can see the front of my building and you can definitely see the back. So the front, I've got nice sign and all this out there, flags, feather flags out front right there. The back, I've got a banner. I need to redo it. But it's a 2 foot by 20 foot long, just says, it's a white banner, black letters, Paintless Dent Repair. But you can see that driving down the road from that side, but then all 3 bay doors up, and I finally put wood walls up in December. So 8 foot tall, and then put LEDs all on those. And that's lit up even during the day. And you see that from back there.
Yeah.
And my banner's hanging up, and, you know, it's just a visual thing. If I have the doors shut, everybody thinks you're closed.
Oh, yeah.
So that's another thing. Like I said, I'm fine with the heat. You know, I got fans. I got a little portable water cooler, you know, type fan thing. I'll put around me if I need it. But, you know, I'm not scared of the heat. I've been doing it all my life.
You're Mobile, man.
Mobile, baby. Leprechaun.
So I feel like you've had some really cool jobs before PDR. So you graduate, you move back to Mobile. Are you going to college, or you just start working right away?
So high school, I hated high school. I hate school. I'm a hands-on guy. I'm not dumb. I just hated school. There were certain classes and stuff that great. I had to take summer school every year. And when I take summer school, I'd ace the class. So it was the teacher and, you know, the way that they came across. My natural born talent is I'm an artist. So I've been drawing since I was little. So, of course, I took art in high school. My sophomore year, my teacher was a old hippie lady. And freshman year, you know, art was an easy class. So, like, athletes would take it, like, you know, because they'd get an easy A. Of course, they did nothing in there. So, freshman year, the star football player, we sat at the same table. I have 3 older sisters. 2 of them were still in school at the time. One was a senior. He was a senior. They were all friends. So he just posed for me. So he'd go to sleep. I'm like, here, put this football under you. I posed him where, like, Wilson showed, and, you know, I draw him. Well, I did one, and I just did pastel colors, just all funky colors. Like, nothing was realistic. It was just all abstract stuff. Well, then the teacher entered it into an art contest at the United States Sports Academy on that side of the bay, which is a worldwide sports place, but they do an art show every year. So the winner of it gets $100, and they put your art on all their publication worldwide. Well, I won. Well, then she made prints of it, you know, just cheap Kinko's, you know, just colored prints of it. She was selling them. I was selling them like $20 a piece. So I was making money in art. Same thing happened sophomore year. So then by junior, senior year, I was with the next art teacher. And I was just the teacher's assistant for 2 years. I got to do whatever I wanted. If I wanted to, you know, go somewhere else during that time, I could. If I wanted to try airbrush, you know, she went and bought airbrush, you know,
no
compressor, yeah. I just stand in the corner and do what I wanted.
Wow.
I'd go, you know, participate in whatever, you know. But yeah, I mean, that I really enjoyed. Or like physical science, stuff like hands-on. I was in ag. We got to do competitions, you know.
In high school?
In high school. So doing like ag, you building stuff, whatever. I mean, I could already.
We don't know anything about that. Tell us what
agriculture.
That is. Sure, but
so in ag class, I mean, you've got an ag teacher and you've got a whole shop. So woodworking. I mean, anything that like we like to do, you're building stuff. Plus agriculture, so farming, all that kind of stuff. We'd have greenhouses. You're planting stuff. So that class.
That sounds awesome.
Well, what's cool about it is you have agriculture competitions, And so they put me and 3 other guys together. You do soil samples. You're trying to test and write down what type of soil. So they dig a hole with an excavator and make steps in the earth, so it doesn't cave in. It's big enough. But you go down in there and you're looking at all the different soils. You're trying to write down what type of soil it is, all this kind of stuff. And it's cash prizes on this. So I'd be sitting in class, like the next week. It's usually like on a Friday or something. Like that Monday, sitting in class, ag teacher come in, walk right to my desk and hand me $25 or whatever. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
You're hustling all these classes.
So, I didn't make a lot. I mean, it was just pretty cool.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, what's he doing? Like, oh, we won this competition, so he split the prize. He didn't take any of it. The school didn't.
Yeah.
He split it between the 4 of us.
That's super cool.
And so,
this episode is brought to you by Mobile Tech RX, the #1 app built for auto recon pros. Whether you're chasing hail, fixing wheels, or repairing dents, Mobile Tech RX handles the full workflow from estimate to payment with zero fluff. With tools like X-ray, access photos, hail matrices, and tech pay tracking, you'll save time, make more, and look damn good doing it. Start your 5-day free trial at mobiletechrx.com.
Are you focused on repairing vehicles but forced to juggle insurance claims? That's a headache you don't need. With ClaimConnection.io, their team writes full CCC estimates for hail, collision, and PDR, then submits them and fights for every dollar you're owed. They handle the paperwork and the pushback. You focus on the repair. ClaimConnection.io, relentless claim support so you can fix more dents, make more money, and stress less.
My stepdad, I ended up changing my last name to his after I got married, but he raised me since I was 5.
So this is the short German guy.
Yes.
He's your stepdad.
Yes. So, but he's my dad. That's when I talk about my dad. That's my dad.
Mm-hmm.
But did everything. We always had what we needed. Didn't always have what we wanted. But he was a big outdoorsman. I mean, everything was outdoor. Hard worker. Every weekend, I'm weed eating. Anything green, and I'm talking about. We only had grass in the front of the house and a little bit in the back. So all the wooded area, if there's anything green on 3.5 acres going down to the water, it better be weed eated. So
That's a lot of string.
Yeah, but it was like I felt like at the time that I didn't have freedom. Like I was always grounded. I was always on restriction. I didn't make the grades my sisters made. I felt like they were so lenient with them. But there was always that sense of just being confined. Like I couldn't just always go hang out. My cousin, we're 3 months apart. Like the oldest one of his family, my mom and it's her brother's son. So we grew up like brothers. Even before I moved on that side of the bay, I'd come over there. They always had the cable TV. He always had the Jordans and all this type of stuff. The Sega, the Nintendos, all that kind of stuff. So it was always just fun going over there.
Yeah.
So we were tight all through high school, but it got to the point by my senior year, my real dad, I'd always wanted a relationship with him too, and we had a tight relationship for the first several years after they got divorced because he was still single, and then he finally got remarried when I was like, I don't know, 10 or so. And I just, I didn't care for her, I understand a lot more now, but and it's taken to in the last couple of years to kind of get over a lot of that. But anyway, so my senior year, he worked for the Corps of Engineers. They moved him. Well, he took a job several hours north, so they were moving up there. Well, between that and everything else going on, I started acting out, senior year. Not hanging out with the best crowd. They were good kids. They've grown up to be just like me. You're stupid back then.
Yeah.
So I kind of veered off from the normal group and went with, hanging out with a couple of other guys. But I just felt like I was by myself all the time. And so senior year, right before my birthday, I stole a Humvee from an armory.
Heck yeah.
Military Humvee. Hid it in the woods. I made the story. I told a couple of friends at the time, about it. Like, made the story up. Oh, my dad, works for the Army Corps of Engineers. Oh, he got this auction or whatever. Just made up whatever I could. And, they don't have keys. So I took all that and rewired to where I actually had a key to it. We went mud riding in it one night and hit it.
So you stole this thing and you just hid it somewhere in the woods?
We hid it in the woods that same week.
You and some friends did this?
No, it was just me.
Yeah. You're saying we.
Well,
they were using it. You're the one who stole it.
I stole it, but I fabricated this story of how I got it.
Okay. So
they were under the impression like, hey, it's legit.
Yeah.
We went mud riding, got it stuck. So we ended up.
That ain't easy.
No. Ended up, not hitchhiking, but calling our youth pastor at the time to come pick us up. She did.
You were not a good criminal.
No. It was all acting out. Anyway, they apparently went with other friends of theirs. I was gone like the next day with the truck, got it unstuck, took it back to their house. Okay. Well, then on like a Sunday night, we took it back out there mud riding. Well, we could see on the road. And anyway, long story short, got arrested.
For stealing it?
Yes.
Okay. All they had to do is ask, hey, anybody y'all know with a Humvee? Yeah, Brandon's got one.
So they saw us out there, and it was one that was off duty, but he passed by. And anyway, so ended up getting arrested and everything. And I got lucky because it was the week of my birthday. So when I took it, I was 17. When I got caught, I was 18. The judge, they charged with theft, which I was underage. And that's what saved me, didn't care about it. I was acting out. There was a lot going on at that time. And so I got real lucky and got a year probation. Wow. And that was it.
Wow.
So with that being said, I have spent pretty much my entire life up to probably, I feel like, in the last couple years of, in some sort of way, trying to prove to my family that I'm not that person, and they've always, they told me how proud they are of me and all this kind of stuff, but it was just still have felt that way. And I don't think we've never talked about it. Like, had, brother-in-laws who, sisters have told, story and all that. They don't really know the true story. They just know I stole a Humvee, back then. But, they'll make jokes about it. My dad would be like, yeah, but I've never, I guess, manned up and just sat down and talked with them and really apologized, for it, and just kind of talked it out. But I didn't really know a lot of the like why I did this and why, anybody, why'd you do it? I'm just stupid acting out. But years, I'm gonna say 2019, I finally saw a therapist. Like sit down, and it was like clicked. We're just talking and just like, yeah. So there was just a culmination of all this, feeling trapped. My real dad, even though I wanted, it felt like he's just abandoning us, which I kind of felt that way anyway, because once he got married, it was like, every other weekend, but there was just never had a relationship with him. So I felt like, well, I don't really have this relationship with this person, and even though I want one, now he's leaving, and just felt trapped in everything else. It was all me. It was all in my head, You're just a kid, you didn't know how to express feelings and stuff like that, and so I've taken a lot of that and have kind of applied it into raising my kids. Like, we've always, them in school, helped them. Never had anybody help me in school, so that's why, I hated school. I never had, oh, did you do your homework? I'd just say, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Never check, never, hey, do you need help with anything? There was never that. There was a lot of like I said, we had everything we wanted. We needed, but there was a lot of selfishness on their part too, raising us in a way. It's weird saying that. I love my childhood, but sometimes I wish it was a little different, if that makes sense.
It's like a lack of relationship. I feel like our parents' generation is kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's like, but I feel like you're saying, I think me and Matt have talked about this, where there's a lot of us our age that have realized that and are like very intentional of like, I want to have a real relationship with my kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, it even, not just with us, it has gone over into our kids, their grandkids. So, and even recently, like riding around with my dad and stuff on the property and stuff, they'll say it, he was raised, like he played football in high school. His dad didn't come. That's what he wanted to do. That ain't what his dad wanted to come watch him do. Same thing with me and grandkids. And he's like, well, that's what they want to do. Just say, like my son playing baseball all his life through high school, they may have come to 2 total games. Yeah. And that's what they want to do. I don't have to come to that. That's the mentality. And
I got 4 kids, 2 boys, 2 girls, and I'm not trying to throw any shade at my parents. My parents are excellent parents, and this isn't any negative. It's just a kind of comparison or a contrast against me looking at that type of relationship I had with my parents growing up, which is more of the typical relationship you would see coming from that generation, or even the cliche TV shows where the dad does his thing and the kids do their things, and then occasionally they link up, and then they have these separate little lives. Whereas my relationship with my kids and / boys is almost too close in some times, where it becomes more of a friend. Like where I guess with my dad, I always saw him as the dad. Yeah. Right? Like there's this separation, whether or not it's how you talk or how you view them or respect or whatever that is. There was always this barrier of dad, right? That we honor and we kind of, and now, and there's pros and cons to both, right? Yep. But like now, with my boys, there's almost no barrier, and I have to show them that there's a barrier from time to time, because it kind of gets disrespected, or it gets like where we're treated like friends. We're so close. We're doing so much together that you're almost friends. And then I have to, hey man, I'm your freaking dad.
Yeah.
Like, you need to back up. I would never talk to my dad like that, because, and again, but I feel like I'm very close to my kids and to my boys. And so I wouldn't trade that. And I wouldn't trade anything with my dad either. It's just looking into it and seeing that, like, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I feel like that's not just representative in my circumstances, but I think it's in others too. Like,
there's a lot of people that are like that. I'm not best friends with my kids, but we're close, and I'm like that. Like, there's got to be that separation there, and I'm not trying to. Excuse me, throw shade on my parents. I absolutely love my parents.
Yeah.
I'm still very close with them.
It's just a culture.
It's how they, like, my mom wasn't raised the same way that my dad was raised, because my grandparents, my pawpaw and granny, my mom's parents, they were always at everything. My wife's dad, my father-in-law, he has been at everything my kids have ever done. And his knees are so bad and all that lately, it's like, I want to come, but I hurt. I don't want to make them mad at me. Like, you've been at every single thing that they've done since they were born. They're not mad at you. They understand. If you can't come, it's absolutely fine. It's not a point of always being at everything. It's making an effort to support. Like, you always want your parents to support you. I want them to support my kids. They don't always have to be there. It's with us. It's not about. Just say like Christmas and stuff. Like, it's not about, hey, what presents are you bringing me? Just make an effort to be there. Yes, with my birth father and his wife, it was always anything. We never really got anything new. Like, growing up, me and my sister, I've got two stepsisters, one real, blood sister. The presents were never like anything new. Once they got married, it was always like stuff from Goodwill, hand-me-down type stuff, and that's transferred over into the grandkids. Where they don't want that, and we've tried to, throughout the years, tell them in a nice way. Any time that they would come and see them or whatever, it's all, little trinkets and all this. They don't care about that. Just be in their lives. Yeah. That means more to us and more to the kids. Now, there's some kids out there that are different. They just won't. But we've always just be a part of their lives. That's it. That's all we ask for. Just support. But
going back to your Humvee story, not, particularly about the Humvee, but like, how you feel like your family might view you because of that. Can you go into that a little bit more? Like, is it just that, or is there more events, or is it just
no? That was the only thing. That was the main thing. Just like I said, I did it. I put it in the woods. I didn't really care about. It's almost like I wanted to make them mad. Like, I wanted something to separate us more than what it was. What I felt. Got a lot of regret about it. But then again, the older I get, the older I've gotten, I look at that as a teachable moment in my life. That made me who I am today. Because that event right there, I get back to school, all my friends are like, they didn't want to be around me. Eventually, the principal pulled me in her office. It's getting close to graduation time. She's like, you don't have enough credits to graduate with this class. So I was going to end up I'm going to come back. I don't want to do that. She's like, you know what? High school's not really made for everybody. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, you could go get your GED, you know. Okay. So parents were like, you know, okay. So left school, went, took my test. I made like a 98 on it. GED. Wow. Like I said, I'm not stupid. I went straight to working. I started out working we had a huge car wash. Main hub was in Mobile. Smaller one at a gas station going down towards the beach on the Baldwin County side. The owner lived on Ono Island, which is the very ritzy island down at the beach. He was always at this store. 18 years old, working a car wash. Oh, man, absolute blast. Going into the summertime and stuff like that. I mean, we would had a pit that ran all the way through it, grates on it, all the mud and muck and all that go down in it. They would offer $500 once a month for whoever to clean that out. And me and another buddy that worked there, we'll do it. Late at night, had truck and trailer. We'd pull it up, pull several grates up. I mean, just shovel it in there, just go all the way down it. Take about an hour and a half, me and him doing it. And we turn the car wash on and walk through it. We'd jump up on the things and spin around. I mean, we just had an absolute blast doing it. Make $500 cash. You know, we'd split it and, you know, went from there. They had a little oil change.
So that pit, every car wash has something like that, right?
Every car wash has something. Collects everything drains down into there.
So it's like dirt, oil.
Oh God, yeah,
everything
stinks. I mean,
so you have to clean that out periodically. You put it in a trailer, and then they just take it to the dump.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're talking about wet muck. You're talking about
dude, shoveling that is not easy.
It'd be that, you know, a good foot deep. So we've got rubber boots on down in there, and I mean it's splashing up on you. I mean there's pieces of whatever it's falling down in there. I mean there's no telling if you had open wounds. You're probably in the hospital. But I mean it was a blast. As an 18-year-old working there, they had an oil change place there too. Already knew how to do that, so I kind of went over to there, made a little bit more money. Then I just like. Me and that guy and two other buddies moved into a house trailer together. So I did that for, several months. Quit working there. I mean, I was just trying to find stuff to make money.
So hold on a second. This car wash, you had a great attitude. You're saying it was awesome, but like, what about it were you so excited about, and why did you have such a good attitude to work at this car wash?
It was fun. You were interacting with people all day long. They had music playing. Me and the buddy that worked we're doing the bug wash and first. Then we took cash. We took everything right there, punched it all in, send them down.
So it was a cool culture.
It was, and it's right there at the beach. So I mean, you got. Girls coming through there, everything. Funny story is there was this cute girl. I told my son and them this, I don't know, not too long ago. Cute girl coming through, pretty little girl. And she tell me which car wash, when we do all this. Anyway, I finally got up the nerve that I'm going to ask for a number. So she made it through the car wash, and I told the buddy and all this, so they're daring me. Like, okay, so I ran all the way down. When she come out of the car wash, and I knocked on the window, she rolls it down, and I'm like, hey, can I have your number? She's deaf. She could talk some. It sounded normal when she's like, and I'm like, oh. Never mind. Sorry.
So you didn't want it.
I can't talk to her on the phone, so it was like, okay.
Phone was the start of a relationship back then.
Yeah, and didn't have cell phones then.
You said never mind.
So, never.
Never mind.
It's probably worse than the Humvee.
I don't know sign language,
But
you were just caught off guard. You didn't know what to do.
I totally caught off guard. But no, it was just fun. Like my mom's side of the family, my uncle, my mom, my pawpaw have the gift of gab. I mean, I can't stand talking on the phone, but in-person interactions.
Yeah.
Like when I have customers walk in the shop, like I have to finally just cut myself off. I could stand out there for an hour and talk about absolutely nothing, But no, working there was great. And I went the oil change. I quit. Just, got tired of it. We're living together, partying all the time. And anyway, got tired of doing that. And I'm like, I got to get out of, I need a normal life. So I call my parents. Hey, can I move back in? My dad was like, yeah, but, you're going to live by our rule type deal. I just left. Like one day there at work, I got my stuff and moved in with these buddies without telling them nothing. And they let me do it. They knew eventually I'm going to be back, which I'm glad. I came back, had a family friend opening up a brand new oil change place in Mobile. He was like, you come work for me. So I helped them finish getting it built or ready. Went in there, ended up becoming an assistant manager for them too. And then I had an offer to go work for the owner's sister, worked for a lighting company that built handmade copper lanterns. So this is like my first real long longevity of a job. So we'd take sheets of copper, cut, fold, bend, solder, everything, and create these absolutely stunning, beautiful copper lanterns, electric, gas, all different models. I did that for about 4 years total. And then Hurricane Ivan hit back in 2004. My oldest was 7 months old. Well, nothing happened to the business. So we come back in a couple days later, and the owner's like, oh, we're closed. I'm like, what do you mean we're closed? We've got orders to fill. Oh, no, I've already sent a letter out saying we got destroyed by the hurricane before the hurricane hit. That's how dumb she was. So the property was actually owned by her ex-husband's sister, who was a probate judge. She put a lien on the place because she hadn't charged for rent she knew what she was doing. So she couldn't afford to do that. So then that basically got her out of the way, opened it back up. We continued making money. And then I had a friend who had his dad owned a safety company, and he was like, hey, because Mobile got hammered. We had the eye come through. I had a 100-year-old oak tree go through my house, so Mobile was just totally destroyed. So he's like, hey, I've got a contract. The company that's here to clean up everything or manage it for the Corps of Engineers, we've got the safety contract. I need bodies. He's like, you'll ride around checking on crews, making sure their signs are up and the flaggers are out there, all this kind of stuff. Okay. So I started that, making hellish money, local, but it was 7 days a week, Then once we got Mobile pretty much cleaned up, I went over to Pensacola. Worked all the way through, into January or whatever, getting it done. And then it pretty much ended. So I'm like, I got to look for another job. So I went to work for DirecTV. Learned everything I could learn on that really quick. even installing international dishes, stuff like that.
So you were a technician?
Technician.
Yeah.
That's when right after I started working for them, they started company-wide trying to go to company vans and stuff like that. Like I started using my own vehicle, getting paid, mileage, stuff like that. Then if you went to a company van, you'd basically, be on an hourly employee type deal, but it ended up working out good. So as soon as I took the van, I wasn't in it, I don't know, a month and a half. Then Katrina hit, or Dennis hit, and then Katrina hit. And so when Katrina was coming, since Ivan did all this damage, I've never left for a hurricane. And going through that whole experience, we're like, we're going to go to Atlanta. So I'm like, what do y'all want me to do with this van?
So when Ivan hit, you said the oak tree came through the house?
Oak tree came through our house.
So how, because we both have huge oak trees that could fall on our houses.
Yeah.
Old. What was that? Did it?
It punctured the roof to where it let all the water in.
Yeah.
So what I did before
nobody got hurt.
No.
It just destroyed the roof.
So by 1 o'clock in the morning, we had power until like 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So it was me and my wife and my oldest. She was 7 months at the time. My sister-in-law and our 2 nephews. My brother-in-law now is fire chief for one of the cities right there. At the time, he was on the fire department, so he had to be at the fire department. So they stayed with us. We're in the living room, we're playing PlayStation and all this kind of stuff, until power finally goes out. I mean, hurricane's coming. The eye of the storm finally reached us, and everything was fine. I boarded up all the windows. We had a storm door at the time, so glass door, the front door. So we had this thick wooden door. Open it. Well, I kind of took plywood and hashtagged so I could look out during the storm and be able to see out. Other than the backyard, we didn't have trees in the backyard at the time. And I mean, this oak tree, you couldn't even put your arms. I mean, it's probably between 100 and 150 years old.
Oh yeah.
The day before, I trimmed all the limbs up where they wouldn't hit the shingles or anything like that. So the eye of the storm gets there. I go out front. We're looking. It's quiet, And here it comes again. Power goes out. So my wife had to take my daughter back there to change her diaper in the back. She calls me. She's like, hey, I need you to hold a flashlight. So I walk back there. And as I'm holding the flashlight and we're doing that, you hear boom. I'm like, had to be a limb just fell. So we get done real quick and go back in the living room. My sister-in-law and nephews are in there, and they're like, did y'all hear that? We're like, yeah. They're like, who's right above us? So I'm looking out that storm door, and I'm looking this way, and I turn towards that oak tree, and that sucker's sitting right over my eyes, right over that door, the whole tree, like not uprooted. Come to find out, the whole center of that thing was rotted.
Oh, no.
And so the backside of the storm, the wind changed. And so then it just made it snap a different direction.
Was it a live oak or was it a water oak?
I don't know. I want to say it's live oak. It wasn't a water oak. I don't think water oaks will get that big.
They don't get that big.
Yeah, no, this
probably live oak.
But we had an old masonite chimney, and that, I think, saved it from completely coming through. So we start seeing water spots on the ceiling.
No.
Well, I had bought a whole thing of Visqueen the day before. And so we moved into the hallway and then the bathroom. And then by morning time, we were all in my wife's closet. I laid on the bed. I'm like, it was enough for me in that little tiny closet, but they were all felt safe in there. So I go and check. I kept going in and checking the living room, and that sheetrock is sagging. So
wow. Yeah.
And I'm talking about 4x8 sheet is just sagging.
Full of water.
And it's just getting lower and lower. So I'm like, okay. So I move everything out of the way, and I take that Visqueen, and I cover everything in there. And it's not, you can see it getting light outside, but not fully bright. It's just starting to lighten up. Get all that spread out, tucked in. I sit down. As soon as I sit down, I look, it goes rip, and just everything just goes in there. Well, then there's water coming in and stuff like that. Well, once it gets done, it slacks up on the rain. I just take all that Visqueen up, all that was in there. None of the carpet, anything had gotten wet. But the house was built in 82. Like we couldn't afford all the upgrades we wanted. It still had linoleum floor, like that green marble linoleum floor, the old carpet and stuff like that. So, the money for all that insurance, we were able to do all the upgrades to the house. So, that chimney saved it. We got rid of the chimney. And because at the time, 7-month-old, edges on that brick, But, that's our first home, and we've been there ever since,
You're still there?
Still there. Yeah.
Wow.
There's no sense, it's a little 3-bedroom, so 2 girls shared a room, for most of the time was when my oldest comes back home from college and put a little bed up in there, and they still all summer long stay in there. But what's the point in building a bigger house when we're winding
shrinking
down?
Yeah. Exactly.
How long was that process from hurricane hit to being back whole again? And I guess y'all moved out?
No.
You didn't move out?
Well, I take that back. We stayed with my father-in-law, I don't know, just a couple weeks. Because by the time they got the roof, that's why we had to, once they got the roof fixed.
Yeah.
And then got the wall up over here when they took the chimney out. We could stay back there in the back where the rooms are because it hit over where the living room and kitchen area were. So, we could stay there. It didn't take them long.
So no mold, nothing like that.
Nothing.
You must have got
that.
it covered immediately.
Yeah,
were you doing all that?
There's a gaping hole in the ceiling, so it was just straight through.
Dude.
So I got up there and covered it. And then my dad come over with the Bronco and with a winch, and we got up there and started. Once I called insurance, I'm like, can I take this off the house? They're like, just take pictures of everything and then get it off the house covered. Perfect. So we did that. Cut it all up, got it off the house, was able to cover it. That, it was bright and sunny like the day after.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing. I mean,
After
it was
the
like
storm.
the clearest.
That minimized the damage.
That minimized
doing
the
that,
damage,
yeah.
But the sheetrock just ripping and being a wide open hole from the sky down, I mean, there wasn't really a whole lot. But so once I did that, buddy of mine's neighbor was a contractor. Called them. They were right on it
Immediately. Before they got booked out for the next 6 months.
But the bad thing is they put a whole new roof on, and that roof did not last 8 years. And it's only 4 valleys. We started having leaks in valleys. So I'd get up there myself, I'd rip it back, put like snow and ice shield down that valley, and shingle it back. And the next one, and then we had one where it leaked down in the kitchen, and then under the floor through the wall. So insurance when that was, but they only fixed that valley and then everything in the kitchen. They didn't. I tried. We had hailstorms like enough so you could see the hail damage up there. It got bad until probably 4 years ago maybe. Our deductible for wind and hail is like $8,000. I mean it's an older house. A new roof is $8,200, so I just paid for a new roof.
Yeah.
Luckily we had a pretty good hail season that year. I was like, just go. Kept it off insurance, and actually had the whole thing fortified. They put snow and ice shield on the whole roof now, so that helps with any kind of valleys leaking, stuff like that. But anyway, it was. It was. We're used to hurricanes.
Yeah.
I mean, But
yeah, we are too. But
that was a rough
We've
one.
had our share of them here.
Yeah.
That is. I'm not really afraid to ride out a hurricane, but I'm just like sooner or later, I'm gonna have an oak tree on the house.
And Ivan's the one that came through Florida. The eye went straight up Mobile Bay, looped back around out into the East Coast, and came right back through Florida again. It made a huge circle.
No way.
Yeah. And then Katrina hit, and that was so.
Dude, that was different.
So with me being with that safety company,
and they just had a contract with the federal government.
well, it's so the prime contractor that has a contract with that had at the time pre-placed contracts, and they were 3-year pre-placed contracts for any kind of disaster Corps of Engineers had. They're the contractor who manages. Okay, so then we'd have 3 subs under us who did the actual cleanup, and we managed the whole process. So them being in Mobile, they that company does not have a ton of safety guys. So when they're in an area, they'll hire a safety company or they'll hire people under them and just kind of teach them basic stuff. Hey, we just need you to go keep an eye on this certain area, the crews that are in there, make sure all their signs are properly set up, the flaggers are where you can see them. They're not on the machines when it's lightning and raining and all this kind of stuff. I mean, this company had a great safety rating. Like, they really cared about the people. So anyway, after Ivan was over with, had to find something, went to work for DirecTV. Then, so it was only like 6 months I worked for DirecTV. Katrina hit. He calls me up. He's like, hey, because everybody, when you think of Katrina, you think of New Orleans, only because the levees flooded. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for that, Mississippi got annihilated over into Mobile. Okay, but Mississippi Gulf Coast got completely wiped out. But nobody talks about that. Mm-mm. You only think of New Orleans. Mobile, the Bayou La Battery down there. I mean, there are shrimp boats that are in the woods.
Yeah.
I mean,
what year was that?
That was 2006. 2005. 2005. Katrina hit. August, September. I don't know. I just watched a special on it on
Netflix. Me too.
It's good because that really dove into the real part. Like, when it all happened, you're believing what the media is spinning and all this kind of stuff, how bad, the people are down there. I was there for 2 years after this thing hit. Met a lot of great people. Got a lot of great stories. A lot of the stuff you hear on there is exactly what I was hearing in person, how it was. So if you have time, watch that special. It's pretty good.
Were you in New Orleans or you were all over?
No, I was in New Orleans.
Wow.
We had, after I got Mobile cleaned up, I was one of the last ones to leave Mobile. Okay, but let me back up. So it hit, I get the call, hey, I got a contract again. You want to come work? Absolutely. I want to make money again, So I go, and within the first week, I got hired on by the actual company. I went straight on with that. So my buddy's dad was like, that's my goal the whole time, was trying to get you on with them. They were based out of originally, oh my God, Robbinsville, North Carolina. Their 2 main hubs are Knoxville, Tennessee, and Zephyr Hills, Florida. So I got hired on straight with them and got Mobile finished up, and then December, because it was like my birthday. Like December 1st, I was in New Orleans. We had been there since the very beginning, them dropping the sandbags in, trying to seal off the levees, all this kind of stuff. This company was the one that managed all the 9/11 cleanup at Ground Zero, all the that material taken over to Staten Island. Then it was sifted through over there. We built all the sifting stations. We ran all the heavy equipment. We were all the muscle behind everything. So yeah, I was in. They were two contracts, year contracts over there in New Orleans. We had all of Orleans Parish, which was the biggest parish. Had other companies because you can't give everything to one company.
Yeah.
So you had we had 4 main subs under us, and they all had to be local companies. We had to hire local people, but like I was managing certain areas. We had four separate areas. Each contractor had a certain area in the parish that they had to clean up. And we had crews that went through. So people are cleaning out their houses, bringing it to the street. So we had crews that walked and would go through the piles, and they'd separate everything out of the. So you'd have a pile of construction debris. You'd have a pile of e-waste, which is electronics. You'd have a pile of paints and any kind of chemicals. And then you'd have the big crews that come in and get all the C and D, all the construction debris to go to a landfill. Then you have crews with trailers that would pick up all the electronics, the ones that would pick up, each little thing.
Yeah.
And you'd go down that street, and you'd go down the next, and all this, and then you'd start over. And that part went on for 2 years. So the second, and each crew that we had doing that, like walking through there, would have 15 to 20 people on it. They had to be completely in Tyvek suits, respirators.
No way.
Yeah, you're dealing with all this stuff. They were all locals. They were getting paid like $20 an hour. That's more money than they had ever seen in their life. So you got to hear a lot of great stories. They were real appreciative, but the media spins everything. You'd have Jesse Jackson coming with busloads of, locals who weren't there, and y'all need to hire. Everybody here is local. We have hired. Everybody's local. But we'd have police that, helped us. We'd have SWAT teams. We'd have firemen. We'd have, all these that were off duty coming and helping. A lot of them were managing or helping manage for some of these local companies. One of the managers for one of the local companies was actually the manager of the House of Blues. We'd get to go down there, we didn't have to walk in the front. We'd go to the back entrance up to the champagne room, and he's like, anytime y'all want to come. We had our Christmas party there the first year in the champagne room up there at the top.
So the whole economy basically changes to clean up.
Yeah.
People that are doing anything else, like that is done for now. We have to.
It's a ghost town. There was nothing. There was no.
Wow.
You start. Some of the businesses are starting to try to rebuild back as quick as they can, especially food places and stuff like that. There was a little fried chicken joint that was able to clean up and get everything kind of back to normal. That was the best fried chicken I've ever had in my life. And but it was a very slow process. It was cars just lined up that are just. It's just mud everywhere. You see, the water lines went all the way up to the roof. You see all the X's and you see all this stuff. You see all the blue roofs on there. There was a lot to it. It was very, very overwhelming. You hear a lot of the stories. There was a guy that the family left. He was an older gentleman. He was working on one of the crews, and he was probably in his 60s. But he's going to make some good money, $20 an hour, 7 days a week. That's life-changing money to a lot of them. But he had sent the family away. He stayed. Water started coming in. He said it was in less than a minute, it was up to the ceiling. He said, I had just enough time to open my garage, like the door into the garage. He got a little A-frame ladder and just had the little part in the hallway to go into the attic. He said, I saw a chainsaw. I grabbed the chainsaw. I went up, got in my attic, and realized it's an electric chainsaw.
Yeah.
I said, what'd you do? He said, I started using that sucker like an axe. Just cut through that sucker. But, I mean, after the first year, the second year, we started demolition. Demoing the houses down. You know, there's a lot to that. We had to get all the utilities shut off. We had
Holy crap.
We had a list that started out with, say, 50,000 houses on it. And then, yeah, a lot of people didn't come back.
So who's paying to demo?
The government.
The federal FEMA.
FEMA
is paying to demo these houses.
Yeah.
Wow.
Each contract was $1 billion, 1 year $1 billion contract. So in 2 years it was $2 billion for just Orleans Parish. So we started out with like 50,000 houses. Then the list starts dwindling down because people start, well, no, you can't demo my house. Well, then you need to get back and start cleaning it out. Because now, after a year, it's been sitting here. There was this one house, you know, a lot of them had burglar bars on it, stuff like that. We couldn't get into it, you know, without cutting. And finally, the owners showed up. It was the grandmother's house. They left their kids with the grandmother. This is all still locked up for a year. You find the grandmother and the little kids under the debris.
No.
Find another house.
After a year?
Yeah,
the parents
haven't come back yet until we start saying, okay, we got to demo this house. We got to tear it down. It's a
You
hazard.
gotta be kidding me.
There's a lot of it that was like that.
Oh my goodness.
But
what a
the
nightmare.
little stories like that you know, it's kind of like anything. There was more good people than there were that person of trash like that.
Yeah, the media is not going to reflect that accurately.
No, and media didn't say anything about that, you know, particular thing. But I mean, this is what we were seeing. We go in one house, and I mean, it had the markings on it and everything that like it had been searched. And we go, you know, to search it before we have to cut, you know, utilities off. And there's a little A-frame ladder, you know, in the hallway. Or there's a body, just the old man, just so he'd been there for a year. But you know, they tried searching all these properties, you know. But yeah, it was. I
mean, maybe there's like the initial searches where they're just trying to.
Well, we still have water.
Yeah,
and then it's dwindling down. So they're hollering in there. They're putting X's on there, and then they're supposed to go back. And they had the X. Every quadrant meant something like humans or animals or whatever. I mean, this one had X with zeros in all of them. So it meant that they didn't see anything. But yeah, it was. But the you know, and the mayor was so corrupt. He finally went to prison, thank goodness. But I made a lot of good friends down there. Some that I haven't even talked to in years, and every now and then I get a message or a phone call, and you know, hey, you know, what's up? You know, it's pretty cool. It's like this industry. I mean, you meet a lot of good people. And
so how did you come out of that into this industry?
So, like I said, it was from 2004 when I started doing that. Brief break. Then New Orleans to New York, 9/11 stuff. Anyway, 2011 was my last. I'd retired from it. I went to work. I had all these safety degrees, but I didn't go to college for that. You know, just had all these certifications, not degrees.
Yeah.
All these certifications, OSHA certifications. When it comes to safety, there's nothing local. You have to travel. I wasn't going to travel anymore. I was done with it. I come home. I went from 6-figure salary to working for a pest control company because they needed a manager for their Eastern Shore side. Ended up doing that for almost 2 years, year and a half. And then the tornadoes that hit Tuscaloosa, 8 different counties in 2011, hit Oklahoma, hit Alabama. The 2 weeks later, Joplin, Missouri got hit with that bad one. So I'm sitting in the middle of church and getting the phone calls. Phones just keeps going off. Looking down, it's a Florida number. That's my old boss. He's out. He's like, "What you doing?" Or, sorry, North Carolina. "What yous doing?" I'm like, "Sitting in the middle of church." "Making money?" "Not really." "You want to?" "Sure." So I went and I told him, I was like, "Look, I'll come back. I'll get all of Alabama cleaned up. I'll be the last one to leave, but then I'm fully retired." So I did that. Come back. Like I said, nowhere to work locally, safety wise. So then I'm starting over again. People we go to church with, friends of ours, own a landfill and a construction type company. Own just about all of Mobile, pretty much. They're like, "Hey, we're starting to rebuild the baseball field at my kid's school. While you're looking for something, why don't you just drop the kids off and you can go back there and run that project?" Okay. 2 years later, I'm still working for them. And then it was to the point where it was like, I'm not going to go any further here. And I had a friend, that older guy, has a pinstriping business. And he was like, "Hey, you ever heard PDR?" I was like, "Nope." "Do you know what it stands for?" "Nope." He said, "It was Paintless Dent Repair." I said, "I've never heard of it. Never, have no clue." He said, "It's kind of like body work." I'm like, "Well, I mean, I can kind of do a little bit of body work." His wife worked for the local Dodge dealership, had a body shop. And he's like, "Just go down there and talk to them. They got a new manager in from Texas. He's wanting to put an in-house PDR crew together. He's want to train a couple of guys, send them off to training, all this." He said, "I think it's right up your alley. I know you're looking for a change." He said, "You're an artist." He said, "I think it'll work out. You like working with metal. I mean, I used to build handmade copper lanterns and stuff." I'm like, "Okay." I went down there and talked to him. And again, 2 years with this other, done worked up money-wise, and now going back down to, we're going to do 4 weeks of training. It's $10 an hour, and then it'll go up after that. They didn't exactly know how much. And there's going to be a commission-based type thing.
So this was at a dealership?
It's at a body shop, at a Dodge dealership. Right. Yes. So.
And you're what, like 34 at this time?
That was 2013. So.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So I go for $6 figures.
$10 an hour.
I'd gone for 6 figures, like $10 worked up, went back to high, went back down.
Dude, your income over the years has been.
Oh my gosh,
crazy.
It's been like crazy.
I'm curious why you would have done that. Meaning, like, why you would have, were you?
I was looking at longevity. I was looking at, I want to find something that I can stay with. Mm-hmm. And his thing was like, man, like, he does all the pinstriping for all these dealerships. He sees PDR guys come in. He sees these other contractors coming in, these subs. He said, "Go learn it. In a year, maybe you can go out on your own." He said, "Maybe I can get you into some of these dealerships." I'm like, okay.
And you knew he was making good money, so you knew.
Oh, he makes good money pinstriping. He can pinstripe a car in 2 minutes, if or less, both sides. And wholesale wise, he'll go down a lot, do that. It's like $25 a car, boom, boom, in like 2 minutes. He was making a killing. He's an older guy too. So I went and talked to him. They were going to send me. The manager had one guy coming from Texas, been in the body shop business for 35 years. Going to send me and him to Paint Bull in Michigan to learn PDR. It was like a 2-week course. I said, "That's fine, but I have to work out my notice." I've never quit a job. Well, I've quit like once, but all my normal job. I've never quit. I'm very loyal. You've always been good to me. I'm going to do the same. So put in my 2-week notice. Well, then he went ahead and sent this guy. So 2 weeks are up. I come in. We're going to meet on a Saturday just when business didn't come in, just to meet each other, all this kind of stuff. Well, then they had the manager's stepson, 18, and one of the other guy's nephew, 18, come in too. So now there's 4 of us. One of them's been trained for 2 weeks by Paintbull. Knowing what I know now, they got screwed. And the only thing that good that came out of that, entire brand new set of PDR Finesse tools. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't cheap tools, you know. So basically, he does the same thing he was taught. Make a little dot on the hood, couple of dots. Here, find your tool tip.
So the guy that went through 2-week
now
paintball,
he's
training 3 guys.
Yeah. So I'm just one of them. I'm like, all right, you do it. And I see him, go in there, kind of drag his tool to the dot, just make a little high. Okay. I did it. He's like, okay. The other 2, they couldn't do it. It took them forever.
What are you working on board-wise?
One single line board, this big, lit up by a cigarette lighter. Plug.
So illuminated lines.
Illuminated lines, but we didn't have it plugged up. You just see the reflection.
Yeah.
Have a hood on a makeshift wooden stand. We took pallets from the body shop back here out in the trash and just made
so non-illuminated lines.
Non-illuminated.
That's hard.
That's why I love lines. But
lines where you have some kind of.
Well, we're out by the bay door, and you had the lights and sides, and it
still
was
not ideal.
And it was just white with
goodness.
the black lines. I use like high vis yellow, that I can see outside. And anyway, so yeah, we can go right to that. I do all that. So that Monday we start. He put a door on, up against the pallets, created a little dent in it. No glass, no nothing in it, just gutted door, junk door. He said, all right, now we're going to go down through the door here. I'm like, okay, what tool do we use? I don't know. I guess the same one we use on the hoods. Yeah. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, all they did was teach me on a hood for 2 weeks. Okay. So he's like, same concept. You just kind of find where your tool is and go to the... And he couldn't really hit the center of that dent, and so I go down and go right to it. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't chewed up or anything like that. I moved the bulk of it out, and he's like, huh. By the end of that week, the manager come to me. He's like, yeah, we're going to go ahead and put you on commission. So I didn't have to do 4 weeks at $10 an hour. So it was just that first week.
So you were like a natural.
I can watch somebody do something.
Yeah.
And pick it up. That's just, if that had been high school, I'd have been top of class, But that's just how I am.
Yeah.
So we ended up setting up, we did everything. We did PDR, we did scratch removal, we did touch up, we did windshield chip repair. I learned it all doing this. And then we had a little van that they had built to where we had all this in a van. The goal was for us to do all the Dodge inventory and then go out and get used car lots, stuff like that, and kind of incorporate that too. So I started there in September of 2013. By January 2014, so just a few months, I was already doing stuff this other guy just could not do. I liked the challenge of stuff. I didn't know what tools. I didn't know tool companies. I didn't know, and I'm trying to search things. All we had was a Dentcraft catalog book. You were using their tools. The glue, he was going to Walmart and buying glue. It had to be corded, Yeah. Cordless wasn't really out yet. All we had was that one little light. So I start doing these. We had 4 Jeeps out front, like brand new Jeeps. Well, they had propped the hoods up with these cards that said SALE.
Yeah.
Of course, gust of wind come through and it put the hood back on the roof. I mean, up the windshield. But the same dent completely across all 4 hoods. So the first one took me about 4 days. And it was black, had this dragon that went, it was a special edition thing. They absolutely loved it.
You fixed it? Big 24-inch crease across the front of the hood or something?
Oh, it was more than that because it went from one side to the other.
Smiles on either side?
I mean, just all the way through the body line, but didn't break the paint. And, you know, nothing sharp.
Yeah.
But
large.
You know, that you're 4 foot, 5 foot across, you know. And then by every one I did, same dent, I got faster and faster. And then I was taking on stuff on rails that he was like, oh, I can't be done. I'm like, yeah, I can. Let's figure this out. I found Toledo on, you know, the dent trainer stuff. Pay for, you know, a month of that. Start watching. I'm like, oh, you know, of course, me learning on lines. And he's a line guy. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, then by January, we get hit with a little hailstorm, and they start having hail cars come in. And it's now gravy work, but even several hundred dents. Never took hoods off, never dropped headliners. I didn't know about that.
So
I thought everybody had to be glue pulled.
You were glue pulling everything?
Well, besides, you know, I was fixing the hoods while they were on the vehicles. But I was fixing them back, you know, like nothing happened. I mean, getting great compliments from customers and that. But the guy, the 2 younger ones that by December they were gone.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it. We would walk the lot out there, you know, wholesale lot. We'd make a list, what's got dents in it. It was a struggle to get anything approved, even though we were in-house. And then we'd finally get a structured thing going, and then something would happen, and that'd screw it all up. And you know, it was just a constant headache. But one of these kids, we had already fixed everything out on that lot, and we're just standing back there not doing anything. He comes back, he's like, hey, I got a list of ones that need. I'm like, what are you talking about? We've already walked the lot twice today. There's nothing new out there. He done went out there with a hammer.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. Like, you're an idiot. They've already been fixed. We can't be paid on that again. Oh. So I had to fix them again. About 3 of them. I'm like, you dummy. Just the mentality of an 18-year-old, you know. Kind of like the ones that steal Humvees. But,
yeah.
But, so we, you know, the hailstorm hit. Well, the older guy, me and him left, he was marrying a lady from Philippines. So February, he had to go for a month to the Philippines, marry her there, stay there for 4 weeks. And then he was coming back. Well, I did like 30 hail cars January, February. Then we start getting word that possibly AutoNation was going to buy us out. Okay, well, AutoNation already has a Ford and a Honda dealership, and then right across the street from us is a huge AutoNation body shop. So what does that entail for us? We don't know yet. Well, then some of the guys, the body shop guys, were like, yeah, I can't work for AutoNation. So they're already leaving. So then by July, the buyout's complete. They send the whole body shop, everybody that was left, over to the other body shop, and leaves me and the one guy in the entire old body shop. We've got 2 paint booths that have 3 bays in it too, like prep bays. And then our area over here are 4 bays, front to back, and hold 4 cars in each. And they're like, all right, from now on, you're not just doing Dodge. cars. You're not doing 75 cars a month. You're going to be doing 350 because now you're going to be doing Dodge, Ford, and Honda. We're like, oh, yeah. Well, we did small conventional repair on site too when we'd go out to car lots. And then there we'd paint bumpers. So we had 3 different packages. The most extreme was dent repair, touch-up, scratch removal, and a bumper needed to be repainted. We did all that.
You were doing all that?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They taught you how to do...
Well, I mean, yeah, they taught me how to properly do body work. I mean, semi-properly. Painting's just, that's easy to me. I can do it. I like painting, you know. It aggravates me when I see a painter or videos and they got the gun and they never flex their wrist. They're like, I would keep the fan completely flat just by moving your hand like this. And they're like, and then when I see a car now that comes in the shop, I'm like, oh, it's been repainted. The customer's like, why? I was like, it was dry on the edges. What do you mean? I was like, because they fan like this and it drives that clear. You know, that's the reason it did it. They paint all the way to the edge. So our painter that we had at the time, the main painter had already left because he couldn't work for AutoNation anymore. He had already worked in the past and got fired from there. Probably the best painter in Mobile. But the prepper had become the painter, and he was doing really good. Well, now if he goes to the other big body shop, they already have 2-3 painters. He'll become a prepper again. So we're like, once you come on with us, and you'll have 2 paint booths. You can paint all you want to, all the bumpers, everything. We split commission on every package that we did job. He's like, okay. So it was going to work out great. But in order to do that, they cut out all of our outside business. So all these wholesale lots that I'd built relationships with, I don't think we ever really did PDR at any of these shops, any of these wholesale lots. They always called us for on-site conventional repair, pretty much, you know, or they'd bring it to us and we'd do it there. And this was both sides of the bay. I had several lots. I had, 10 that they loved me. I'd built relationships with them. So they were calling, hey, can you do this? I'm like, we can't. They won't let us touch it. You know, like, oh man, we really. Well, when I heard of the possible buyout, I let them know. And I said, I don't know if they're going to shut us completely down or what. And they're like, well, wherever you go, we'll go. We'll use you. Okay. That's pretty cool. Well, then the buyout came. They cut it out. I'm telling them, I can't touch your stuff. Well, they promised all this, how many cars we're going to do. We stood around like this, not making 40 hours. It's just, we had no work. The whole process started over like we had set in place and it was working great. They get the used car in, it goes to service, it goes straight from service. If they're going to keep it and do it, comes to us and then goes to detailing and then put it on the lot. Oh, that all changed. That was all through. And the same people running it. So it's not like the management changed, as far as that part. So I was up there with the GM every other day. We have nothing. We need stuff. Come on, let's get in we'd ride over to the other 2 stores. They'd send us 1 or 2 cars, but they had people like us that they built relationships with.
Yeah.
That were coming in doing their stuff. So like, here's a bone every now and then, That wasn't enough. So I was like, all right, it's not going to change. So I ordered a $1,000 set of Dent Magic tools, like 40-something tools in this thing. I'm like, it'll get me started, and then I can go from there. So I order them, and I call these 10.
I've never heard of Dent Magic.
Dent Magic's been around forever.
Yeah.
And
another tool company?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the highest quality, but, dude, I've never had any issues with their tools. And I've taken a bunch of them and converted them into other tools and stuff. drilled them, tapped them, cut the handles off, put hubs on them. Yeah. But I called these 10 wholesale lots and I said, hey, as soon as my tools get here, I'm putting in my 2-week notice. And they all said, call us as soon as you leave. So I put my notice in on a Tuesday morning. The GM and assistant GM were gone. Couldn't find them. I'm like, well, I'm doing this. The assistant GM came down on that Friday morning. I was there early, getting the bumper ready to be painted. He's like, what you doing? I was there at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't open till 8. And I said, hey, I'm getting this ready to paint and all that. He's like, man, I hear you're leaving us. I said, yeah. I said, I'm not making 40 hours a week. It's been 2 months. I'm not even making that. We're just standing around BSing all day, and I've got a family of 5 I've got to take care of. Mm-hmm. I need a minimum of my 40 hours. And I was, prior to the buyout, I was having to take hours from one week and go to the next for tax reasons, I mean, we were rolling through it. So I said that, and I was like, yeah, I had a photography business on the side, so I didn't say, hey, I'm starting my own PDR business, I was like, well, I'm going to do photography full time. He's like, okay. And that's when he asked, well, what are you doing? I was like, I'm getting this ready to be painted. He's like, okay, when you get done with that, that can be your resignation. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you can go ahead and go. And then I'm not going to finish this job. He's like, okay. Like that's just how they felt, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Unfortunate.
So I put it back inside. I locked up. I was at the license commission when they opened at 7 o'clock. And Eagle Dent Repair was formed right then.
Same day.
Called the first wholesale lot. He's like, hey, meet me over at our detailer's house. Okay. So I went over there in the 2012 Cadillac CTS, a dent about 24 inches in circumference in the quarter panel. Can you get that out? Sure. How much? $300. Day and a half later,
dang.
Yeah.
They sold it the next day.
Wow.
And they were like, okay. And like I said, they had never really used us for PDR before. None of them. And then I'm like, I don't do anything else but PDR now. So I started out with 10 wholesale lots as soon as I left.
Wow.
So I'm like, okay, I start out with this. I've got a base pay type deal. So I just, okay, so this is like an hourly thing. Still, you had to hustle. You had to,
oh yeah,
when you signed up for Dent Trainer, does he teach some pricing, or were you still just in that little bubble of knowing how to price things?
Reach back here and pull it out of the crack of your butt.
You did.
I can do it for like this much. You didn't know.
Yeah.
And I was doing, started out at 60 or 65 a car, and I'd do up to 5 easy access dents. Nothing large, just door dings. And of course, drilling, all that kind of stuff. But anything larger, I would kind of, I'd do it for this much,
a la carte.
Yeah. But my whole goal was I don't want to do wholesale my entire life. Like in the back of my head, I'm like, I was raised at my parents' shop. I was there when it was built. I remember a lot about it. I grew up there. Eventually I would love to have a shop. That was, and then so I started getting into, like I said, the very first one I had was a 24-inch dent, in the quarter panel of a Cadillac CTS, and was able to, I've even still have pictures of it. And I mean, probably 90% repair, true 90% repair, not the 60% that some call 90%. But it was just, I'm like, I kind of like the big stuff. And then I would do bigger, more complicated stuff. And I like the challenge of it. Still do to this day, but I don't know, I've kind of turned several down in the last 6 months that I'm like,
why is that?
My body hurts. But it's not even technically that. It's I start getting more and more now that there's a lot of paint damage and stuff. And I'm like, I'm just too honest. I'm like, you can get a used door for less. Sometimes you just can't compete with that. And if I'm not going to take advantage of people, and I know y'all won't either, especially older people, they come in and I'm like, if I measure this out, I mean, I got one now that it's a 22 F-150 rear door. It's black. Dent through the upper body line, lower body line, through the middle, all this kind of stuff. They're trying to get it ready for Cruising the Coast, which starts next weekend, which is the largest car show on the Gulf Coast. It's a week long in Mississippi. They're trying to get ready for this. One of the guys at the shop backed into it with something. And I'm like, okay, if I measure all this out, this is a $2,900 without R&I. That's keeping it as one dent. Taking them all and just keeping it. It's $2,900. Aluminum, all this. I'm like, man, if you need this, he dropped it off Thursday morning. I said, if you need this by the end of the day, it's going to be $2,900. If you leave it with me till next Wednesday, I'll work on it in between stuff. Because he just brought me the door gutted, everything.
Okay.
I was like, I can do it for around 15. Because, I pretty much had it all done Thursday. But, I'm like, I'm going to spend more time on it and get it, absolutely perfect. It's going to a car show. Yeah. And it's got light scratches in it that can be wet sanded, polished out. And every one of them are behind braces. So I'm like, I can't, in certain situations, I know, being able to do body work in that and dealing with a lot of these shops that you can get that price, and I do like more than what body work is. But I'm not going to take advantage because this guy needs it, and by the end of next week, if he can leave it with me for several days and I can work on the in-between stuff, and that's not the only thing I have that day, then I can reduce it down because I'm going to, this guy owns a body shop, so I know I'm going to get more business and older people. Man, I just can't, it's going to be this much, well, we just wanted to make it look better. Okay. Well, here's what it's going to be for full price, for full repair, everything. But I can get 80% of it out fairly quick and reduce the percent off of that full price. And, that's just how I do it. I here's what it's going to be 100%, like cost-wise for a full repair. You want it 50% out, I'm going to take 50% off this price.
I think generally the mass population of people want that kind of thing. Yeah. We had a Lexus in here this week, and it was a crease down a fender through a door, and had some really low in the front of the front door. And I'm like, listen, man, like fix the fender, no problem. I fixed the crease up here by the handle, no problem. I can access it through, typical means. But this thing down here, the door's got to come off. That's the only thing I can do. If you want this fixed, I got to gut the door, take it off. I'm not going to be able to fix it, disassembling door, because when you open the door, now it's into the fender. He's like, I don't want to do all that. I was like, well, how about you do this? How about I do what I can do from the window with glue, and then that's what that is. And he totally loved it. We came in yesterday. We fixed all the other stuff on it, and so I think you have to adapt to that type of customer. Yeah. We get where we want to fix everything absolutely perfect. And I've actually started doing where I put it back on them. There was a car I did, and it was, I said, man, I'm not going to be able to fix this to the level that I want for the price I need to meet your expectation. Like none of these line up, right? And he's like, well, can you just make it better? I'm like, here's the deal, dude. Better, that word better is so relative to what you think and I think. And like, I hate playing that game. And he's like, well, what's it going to cost? And I'm like, why don't you tell me what your budget is? I'm going to put this on you. You tell me what you want to spend on this.
Yep.
And then I'll tell you what I can give you for that price. You want to drop $600? You want to drop $1,000? What do you want to do? Like, because I can throw you a number, and it's probably not. You're not going to like it. So, tell me what your budget is, what you're trying to work with, and then I can try to meet that budget. And generally speaking, I give them more. Like, I'm a nice guy, and we have a lot of reviews because I do good business. And generally speaking, I'm going to give you more than what I quoted you. I always do.
Yeah.
But we usually meet or exceed those expectations on every job. But like I started doing that because it's a little bit easier to put that on them. What's your expectations and what's your budget? And let me see if I can meet that. Instead of just throwing a number out there that's just.
Well, I would say in the last 2 years, and I have done more of the make it look better jobs on bigger stuff. Like I've taken a lot more of that. I'm not necessarily posting them,
Yeah.
I will some, but when I do that, I'm going to say, hey, this, and it's posting on my personal and my business page. I don't go post on dent pages, but it's, I used to not be that way. If you're not going to allow me to do it 100%, or not 100%, but to my best ability, if I can't get this thing, I don't want the job. I had to change my mindset on that because I actually enjoy it now. I like that because it makes them happy.
You're serving a person.
I'm gaining more customers as long as, and I'll tell them all, like, hey, they absolutely love it. I'm like, you're still going to see, you look down at it, you're still going to see little waves, and you're not going to see push marks. I'm not going to crack the paint, but you're still going to see waves through it. It's not, but you stand straight out and look at it, perpendicular to it, it's going to look great to you. And they're absolutely happy. Like they can't see what we can. And we, even without a light, I'm like, I'll still see waves everywhere, but they love it, and I'm like, okay, I'm glad you're happy with it. I'm happy with it for what, I charged and all this kind of stuff. But when you see your friends, don't let them think this is the absolute best that I can do. Make sure that they know, hey, and I would say 99.9% of them are like that. I'll get recommendations from them, hey, so you fix so-and-so, and can you do mine or whatever. So
that's the real world of PDR, and that's owning a business.
Yeah.
Because if you always, sat high on your horse and said, I'm only going to fix what I can fix perfect for the perfect price.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be sitting around a lot, and those other jobs pay the bills.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they fill the dead time. Like you have to, I think, adapt to doing that kind of stuff if you're going to have a business other than just a hobby.
Yep.
Right. And, going to the Instagram stuff, like I don't feel guilty about not posting that stuff on Instagram. Because that's not why I'm using Instagram. I'm using Instagram because I want to show people what is possible with PDR, what we can do. You're trying to bring awareness to a skill set that we have and show the possibilities of this wrinkled thing and this. Now I made it perfect, and I'm also using it as a reference for my customers who maybe are skeptical and they're like, hey, what's this going to look like? Well, let me show you this. This is what I can do.
Yeah.
This is why I want to charge you $2,900.
Yeah.
And this is going to take me 3 days to do this. But I understand you might not have $2,900, and maybe you just, it's always my parents died. I got their car. I want to give it to my kid. I just want to make it look better.
I'm on a fixed budget. I'm retired.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I would love to do that for you, but we got to just set expectations of what that is and be real. And,
yeah.
So, even when I started doing like the big smash stuff, I was being super ambitious. I mean, because we want to prove to ourselves, we want to kind of build the Instagram, you want to test the limits, and you're just super ambitious. And then, I had a couple bite me that I got one really, that bit me, where I just got overly ambitious. And then I said, man, like, I need to dial this back. I spent 2 days on that thing and didn't charge them for it because I was overly confident going into it and just wasn't able to deliver the result I wanted. And then after that, I started thinking, okay, I can't do this all the time. Like, I can take that one on. I can take my licks and say, okay, like that didn't work out. But then I said, okay, now how do I, because it's not just me.
Yeah.
I mean, with you, it may be different because you're the only, I've got 4 other guys who work here that I have to build, a schedule. I have to feed, have to build the schedule. And, like I can't just always be wanting to do these, glamour dents that I said. And because those guys ain't going to make no money if that's what I'm always fishing for. Like I have to be able to, I started getting where my where the, I think it's like what you're fishing for. You kind of switch. You have fishing in the bait you're going to use. You're going to catch the type of fish you're looking for.
Yeah.
And when I was building that Instagram, it's like the only thing that was coming in was these horrible train wreck dents.
Yeah.
And those become exhausting physically, mentally. And so I said, all right, I got to change a little bit because I need to get other type of dents coming through here besides these big nasty things that just are draining. And their Instagram is fun to post them, but like at the end of the day, like, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not trying to tell you I'm right, but like I care less about Instagram as in relation to like the daily inner workings of the business.
Yeah.
I'm not posting as much as I should. I really should post more. My daughter was just reprimanding me about that this a couple days ago. But like, because I just get so busy running a business but I think I think I got like overly excited about or ambitious about taking on these big smashes and then you start reeling back, and I'm not scared of the big smashes. I got two Rivians on deck, 2 nasty Rivians on deck that I'm not as eager to do because I've already done it. Yeah. It's almost like I already checked that box.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, man, do I really want to do it? I mean, I do, but I'm not like, I can't wait. It's almost like, dang.
And I think those of us that like big smash work, we've been there. And even I don't have employees, but I'm the same way. Like if I spend 1 or 2 days on something I can't charge for it, that's money that I've lost.
Sure.
But how I look at it is I've always said I'm 100% satisfaction guarantee, and that means your satisfaction and my satisfaction. If I'm not satisfied with it, same way. Which I'm technically never satisfied with anything that I do, but it's I've had them where I've worked all day long and not knowing, like, why is this oil canning? Because it's not stretched past the limit, and I've used hot box, and it's just not doing it in the door. But what it is the crash bar is ever so slightly bent, and it's hard to tell that. And with that brings just the smallest pressure in, where say the center of that door just will not go. And I did one, and it had to be high or low. And I'm like, I can't charge for this. Customer was ecstatic about it. I left it slightly high, and I explained all this. I'm like, no, but I get them back.
Yeah.
Every one of those customers I get back. They understand. Now if I'd have charged full price and that's what it was, probably not. But we all go through that. Large dents, small dents, it doesn't matter. It's just you have to. It took me a while to not think of every dent and the business as I just want to fix these dents, and I had to step back and start running it as a actual business. So then, wanting to do more of these, make it look better, that's money coming in instead of nothing coming in. you know?
Sure.
So once, you know, I get to that mentality, then fine. But if the paint's just totally destroyed, I'm like, look, I still need the same amount of money to fix the metal. And you're still going to be, your paint's still going to be destroyed. I ain't talking about a little chip. I'm talking about just paint. Oh, I don't care about the paint. That's not how it works. Well, what if I use insurance? Well, if you're going to use insurance, go to the body shop.
Yeah.
Let them replace that door. Let them fix it. That way they're going to fix all your paint too. It's one thing if it's a little crack, a little chip. We can still do insurance, touch that up, you know, explain it that way. But, man, I had one the other day. I mean, it's just bond. The dent was there and all the cracks were Bondo cracks. I'm like, no.
Those are the first two. Like, when I look at a dent, just my first thing is it structurally altered?
Yep.
And then the second one, what is the condition of the paint? And those are my first two, like, you know, questions that I ask. And then I can go from there. But, like, I tell people, like, my value is most when the paint is intact. When you really have to love your paint or want to maintain that paint. And as soon as that paint integrity breaks, my value just diminishes immediately as far as what I can contribute to this repair.
Yeah.
Right. And so then I start kind of walking it back, you know, like a Tesla rolls up, and I got one last week, and it was a couple scratches and a big dent, and she wants to do insurance. And I'm honest. I listen, and I'm not, take this how it comes. Like, we're busy. I'm not trying to land every job. I'm trying to be honest with people about this is what you should do.
Help them make the right decision for them.
Yeah.
Correct. I'm not like just trying to win everybody and, you know, slide it under and get them out. And, you know, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, so listen, man, like you might be better going to a body shop because they're going to fix the dent and the paint.
Yep.
I can only fix the dent. Well, I'm not worried about the paint. I understand that, but you might have some rust here, or, you know, maybe you're not worried about it, but when you trade it in, they're worried about it. But it's going to be roughly the same price, you know? And so, like, I start walking them through it, and then they have to basically convince me, okay, well, here's what I can do. I can apply touch-up. I can fix it in. I can apply touch-up to the area, and it'll look really good, you know?
Yeah.
And maybe that is the higher value for you. Oh, yeah, let's do that. And then I'll do it. But I'm not, like, starting at, like, oh, yeah, bring it in. Let me do it.
No, my go-to saying with customers in the last several years, and probably used it more this year, I'm like, I'm trying to talk them out. I'm like, look, I'm going to talk you out of this until you talk me into this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, your money's better well spent on the proper repair in this case. But if you're just, adamant about me doing this, you're going to have to talk me into it, because right now I'm a no. And I turn as much down as I do. You know, I send to body shops.
If the paint is broken significantly, not just a little crack or a chip, I'm talking more the paint's gone. Or I get the people that, like, hey, can you fix my truck? Because after you get the dents out, I'm going to have it painted. And I'm like, listen, like, at this point, I'm just a really highly paid body guy.
Yeah.
You don't want me. Like, there are other more economical body guys that can do this, you know, conventionally. But, like, the reason you want to come here is because you value and to want to keep your paint.
Yep.
Not because you're going to repaint it. If you're going to repaint it, now, if you're one of these purists who don't want Bondo, okay. But I'm going to start by telling you that, like you can sell me or convince me, and like, no, I don't want any Bondo. I want it all straight. And okay. But just so we have the conversation, like, I'm a high value body guy at the point when the paint is broke, because if we still got to paint it, then I'm not really the best, most economical solution.
Nope.
Go to a body shop, take the money you were going to give me, apply it to that body repair, and you're going to get much more value out of it and it's going to be a one-stop shop instead of me and them.
Well, they're going to fill it full of Bondo. Well, not a reputable shop won't. They're going to get the metal shaped back out to where it's a skim coat, which is a 1/16 of an inch or less, which, you know, a lot of show cars have that, and they're going to get it to that. But a lot of people are under the impression that they're not going to repair the dent. They're just going to fill it, which we all know there's those type of people out there.
Yeah.
But I'm like, no, go to a reputable place. They'll treat you right, do it right. But yeah, that's
I wish this is not the world we live in, but the amount of people that I deal with, it's probably the same for most guys, that I spend time helping them not use me. I wish every one of those people would leave me a review.
Yeah, I know,
like, they helped me figure this out. Oh, dude, I have 1 million reviews. Like some way for somebody to say thank you for stuff like that. But that's just part of it. But,
or give you $1 for everyone to turn down. I'd be rich.
Yeah.
I had a guy yesterday give me a review that didn't use me. He came here, for an estimate.
Uh-huh.
So his wife damaged this guy. He said he told me the whole story. I talked to him for an hour, but he came from nothing. He started owning a bicycle. Now he owns a business, and he's just built this huge business. And his wife dented his truck, and he called me, and he was like ready to beat his wife. I mean, he was like mad as fire, and he showed up, and he was mad as fire. And I had to like, bro,
relax,
like relax. I can fix this. Yeah. Like, don't take it out on your wife, man. Like, you're a little overboard with this. And like, we can solve all this. It's going to cost a little bit of money, but like, chill out, man. Like, you don't got to get all angry with your wife about this. And so we, I kind of talked him down off the ledge a little bit and kind of
kept him out of jail.
Yeah, it was like that. Marriage. I was literally like, this is concerning. Like, you're a little too throttled up. And so we can fix it, man. Relax, breathe. And walked him through it. And he's like, all right, I need you to fix it right now. Well, I can't fix it right now. I got a shop full of cars. It's Friday at 3:00. Like, it's just not going to happen. Okay, tomorrow. I said, well, tomorrow we're closed. I don't work on a weekend, And he said, what's the soonest? I said, Monday morning. I pulled up my schedule. I got one at 9:00. I said, all right, Monday at noon. Like, come here at noon. Okay, I'll be there. I'll be there right at noon. And I spent an hour with this guy talking to him about Christian things and his car and about everything, his business, and how he built from nothing. Like, and all good. Like, it's great. And I end up, I'm flying to Kiko tomorrow, and I won't be back till Monday night. And that was the last minute kind of emergency thing. And so I called him and I said, hey man, like I got to go out of town for an emergency. And so I'm going to have to reschedule my Monday, and I'll just do it Tuesday or Wednesday, if that's cool. He said, oh man, thank you. And he typed me this long thing. You're amazing. Thank you for the communicate, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to leave you a review right now. He went and left me a review about that interaction. Wow. And I said, okay, so what day are you coming in? He said, oh, I already got it fixed.
No. No way.
I said, what? He said, yeah, I had someone come to my house. They just fixed it. So again, this was like 3:00 he came in, and I'm calling him at like by 5. A local guy here. I won't say that.
Okay.
But
it wasn't me?
No, but he called me. He's like, I already got it fixed. And I'm like,
yeah, I was home by 3 on Friday.
How? He's like, oh, I got a guy come to my house. And I'm like,
hilarious.
Okay, man. Okay. Now, this was a ram door, low body line, laminate glass. Black. So I told the guy, I'm like, so, backing up on an estimate, I was like, listen, this is laminate glass. We just paid $800 for a piece of glass we broke 2 weeks ago, laminate glass. I don't want to do that. And, we're not going to drill a hole. So body line dent, more than likely I'm going to pull that door panel off just to, that's how we're going to do it here. And told him that. And so when he got it fixed, I said, how'd they fix it? He said, I went down through the window with one of my door tool. And I'm like, gosh, man, that dude was brave. Considering how amped up. So I was reading this guy, how amped up he was just about the dent. Imagine if I broke his laminate glass.
Yeah.
and had to get that fixed,
He'd
and then
really
had to
punched
get
his
it
wife,
tinted. Like you just have this, can of worms that you just opened.
I've broken the bottom edge of that Ram door glass. There's no window guard that goes to the bottom of that glass.
So had I been at a dealership, or maybe,
Right.
like maybe I can cheat stuff. I can work on laminate glass, and I can get around things, But like considering that how amped up this guy was, and how like, and this is a roided up dude, like just big guy, and like
What tool did they use?
the Dent Slayer XXL.
Oh Lord.
He bent it down and went all the way down the bottom of the door and pushed it out, because I called the dent guy and asked him. I said, "So did you drill it? Did you pull the panel?" And he's like, "Come on, man. I don't do that. I went down through the window." I'm like, "What? That guy?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "You brave man. Whatever. You rolled the dice on that one."
Was it sharp through? Was it through the body line? Or
It was through the body line.
Was it bad or just not really?
No, it was.
It must have been
It was
partially in the
medium.
brace.
It was
It
medium.
must have got some leverage off that brace.
Yeah, I would think he connected with a brace, but still, like, just wedging that up, because now you can't get the glass halfway up because you're so far down. Like like it would be scary to.
I don't do it halfway up.
You don't do it halfway up?
No,
You let that edge, you let it all the way down?
all the way down. Use stainless window guard.
The
You never
Air,
broke
air
it?
wedge and a regular wedge one side.
the PDR finesse one, the super thick.
Used to. Kiko has I don't know if they've come out with it. Kiko has a thinner one with the flocking on the inside, not felt. So my finesse, which I've always used, the felt is coming up, and I scratched a couple of glasses, one being a Tesla.
Oof.
Like barely. Like I don't see how the guy saw it, but he did. And luckily he decided to not replace it. I mean, it was like $700 or whatever for it, a rear glass. Anyway, yeah, several. I think there's some others out there. I think Anson may have one that's got the flocking, which is it's weird.
Thin?
It's real thin, so it's like felt, but it's not glued. Flocking is stuck to it, like it's sprayed on and stuck to it. So, and I've been using this Kiko one since March on everything, and it hasn't bent, and the flocking is fine. I'm talking about even having it upside down and throwing crap on top of it, and still got the glass markings on it, from the air wedge being pressing up against it, but nothing is rubbed off, and it's super. It's a third of the weight of the finesse one.
Have either of y'all have the carbon fiber one from VIP?
No, I meant to. I told him I needed to get one and forgot to get one at the expo. I didn't really want to.
What do you think about that? Do you think it's as strong of a protector
From
of
what
the
I've
glass?
heard, it is.
Really?
I just don't know if it has flocking on the inside or
Felt?
if it's felt. Felt peels,
Yes.
and then the board will scratch. But that flocking,
That's a
I'm
huge
talking about
upgrade of
super
what you're
thin.
talking about. That's
Super
cool.
thin, yeah.
Because that's always what happens with the felt ones.
Yeah.
That stuff's eventually going to fail.
I would assume Kiko has it now out for sale. But yeah, I've been using it and I absolutely love it.
So going back to that Dodge, just looking at it in contrast of like two businesses, like for a PDR business, and this one guy who did it, he's a great door dinger. I know who he is. He's local, and we're buddies, and he's good. I'm glad he did it, and he did not drill. And
I know him.
you might know him, but and again, understand my context here. Like I have a shop. I'm busy, so there's no real ambition for me to take on that liability of breaking that glass.
Yeah.
Like from my position, it's like
Why risk it?
why risk it? And
Low drama.
and that comes from having risked it and lost. Like I said, we just did it 2 weeks ago. Bro, you want to know the story? I'll go into this story because this is a fun story. So we brought on a new guy here. I won't say his name, but we got a new guy that works here. He's a great guy. He's young. He's only been fixing dents 2 years. And he's pushing on this Hyundai Genesis front door. I give this guy a make it better price because he's it's a lease turning. He just wants to not get flagged on lease turning. Those. So I'm like, I can check that box easy. So it was like, I think it was like $500 fix this dent in this door. Not taking your door apart, going through the window. Okay. It was a laminate glass window. This guy that worked for me broke it. No big deal. We can recover. I mean, lesson learned. You know, we don't want it to happen, but it does happen. No big deal. So he called me. He says, "Hey, Matt, I just broke the glass." Okay, no big deal. Let me order it. So I'm coming back from one of my other accounts, and I called. Oh, this was Friday. And I said, "Hey, I need to order this glass." And like, "Okay, we have it, but you need to come in and pay. We don't take credit card over the phone." I'm like, they're like 40 minutes away. And it was like 4 o'clock and they close at 5. And so I'm like, dadgummit, man, I'm never going to make it to buy the freaking glass so that's ordered. Because they said if you order it right now, it'll be here tomorrow morning. And I'm like, okay, Saturday I could put it in, get back to the guy. And so trying to drive across town.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes
They can't
zero.
take a
He said,
card over the phone to order a part.
He said,
Well, dealerships do that.
This
Parts
was a
department.
dealership, and
Yeah.
he said we cannot do
Dealerships
it.
do that.
You have to come in to order the phone or order the part. And I'm like, so I can't make it. I'm sitting in traffic. I'm in dead stop traffic on 9B. Like, bro, like I'm thinking about going down the median type thing. Like it was just like, and so I call my daughter. I'm like, hey, can you go to this dealership, buy this piece of glass for me? Because they close in like 15 minutes. And she's like, okay. So she goes, orders her glass. I get the glass. I put it in. I realized it got window tint. So now it's like, what are we going to do? I called the customer, said, hey, here's what happened. So he's trying to turn in his lease on Monday. So this is Friday. And I broke glass and it hasn't been tinted. And I said, all right. So I broke your glass, but I went and got a new one. You can't pick your car up today, but we can get it to you Sunday. I'll come to the shop on Sunday and give you your car back. But I got to go get the glass, got to put it in. I said, but it's tinted. I can't get it tinted by Monday. It's just not going to happen. I said, but if you're just turning it in, what I can do is take the tint off the driver door so it matches. So you got no tint. And he's like, let's do that. Pull the tint off. Sick. Okay, so I got the window check, got the tint check. So we go put it in. No big deal. Everything's great. So car's sitting here on a Saturday. It's all finished. And so then I text him, hey, it's all good to go. I'll meet you Sunday. And I was going to go to the shooting range Sunday. So I'll meet you down Sunday, and I'll give you your car. But I had parked my van inside right here. His car was in the back. My van was on my floor, and I had taken my other truck home for the weekend. And so I come in Sunday early, like 20 minutes before I was supposed to meet the guy, and I can't find my van keys. And I'm going all through the shop, and my van keys aren't here. And I'm like, dadgummit. None of my other family is at home, and I live 50 minutes away from here.
50?
And so I'm like, and the customer shows up as I'm looking for my van keys to get his car. And I'm like, well, sir, come look at your car. Everything's good. I just got to find my van keys, and I can't find them. I can't get my van out of the way to get your car out. And he's like, all right. And I'm scrambling. And my son Lincoln's like, I think I saw him at home, Dad. I don't think that they're here. And I'm like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm trying to, make decisions. So I go in and tell the customer, okay, unfortunately, my keys are not here. So here's my options. You can come back in a couple hours. I got to go home, get my van keys, come back. And he was already inconvenienced multiple times, this guy. I said, or you can go to lunch right there, and I'm going to get my Raptor, and I'm going to hook it up to my van. I'm going to rip it out of my shop. But I don't want you to see that because it's going to get nasty. He's like, okay, that's fine. I'll go to lunch, and I'll come back.
No, I'd be like, no, I want to see this.
I want to see this. Can I record it too?
So, because I was pissed. Like I was at myself. Like I'm just like, and I was late to shoot, and I was just so mad for him. I was embarrassed and everything, right? And so I didn't have any.
You don't have the jacks.
Yes, I do. So I went and got my wheel jacks. I don't know what you call them. Wheel dollies.
Yes.
You put them on each wheel. You jack them when they lift off the floor. They bent. So I jacked my van. My van is heavy. My van is heavy.
Oh.
And I jacked them up, but they're still rubbing. Right? Like they're literally rubbing, rolling on the ground. There's bananaing in the middle. And I couldn't believe how heavy my van was to do that to those things. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so I'm like, Lincoln, when Lincoln's strong and he wrestles, I said, Lincoln, I need to see as much grit as you have. We are going to push this van out, you know, if it's the last thing we do. And so me and him are on the bumper, and we're pushing and pushing and pushing, and it ain't moving a centimeter. It's literally. Plus, it's on that race deck floor, which is already corrugated and doesn't want to roll. It's not like concrete.
Yeah,
it's on that, and even the race deck is absorbing down some on all the wheels. Yeah. So I'm like, back the Raptor up to the van, and I'm looking for ratchet straps, and all I got was a 1-inch ratchet strap. So I just, I get like 4, and I just bundle them up.
Yeah,
and I'm like, Lincoln, just give it gas and just rip it out. And so he's pulling it out, and it's just pulling my race deck floor, and it's scraping and it's grinding. I'm gonna just go.
Send it.
Just go. Like I'm
burn it.
I don't care what happens at this point. I'm committed to this task, right? And so he pulls it. We get it past my race deck, and it's just grinding on the concrete, and it just made this huge scrape. I mean, it was full contact, ripping my van out of this shop. But he pulls forward, but he can't. It just stopped it right in the middle of my drive because he couldn't keep going.
Yeah.
Now you're blocking.
Now I'm blocking everything. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to get this guy's car out. And so I was able to squeeze his car out. The guy came back, delivered his car, and he came and got it. And he was a little put out. I mean, you can tell he was just kind of like, done, whatever, man. All right, give me my car, which he should have been. I mean, and so then
you didn't ask him for a review?
No.
Please don't.
So
hope this guy doesn't know that reviews exist.
My wife was done at that point, so I had her go home, get my keys, bring them down here, and then I moved my van because it was literally blocking all the businesses here. And I cranked it up and backed it up, and I was like, how easy that was if I just had keys here. Like it was such an easy solution, but without the keys. It was absolute nightmare. That window cost $750. The PDR was $500 for the door. And I still paid my technician on it. I ate that one as a business, but my back was sore. My quads were sore from pushing that van.
Your floor's ripped up.
My floor was ripped up.
Put back down.
Yeah.
Now you don't have functioning wheel dollies,
dude.
But it was like this spiraling, this downhill spiral of events that was just like sending me to not good mentally. But like, we got it done. But my point is, circling all this back, that was from breaking a piece of glass that if we just had, and my technician said, oh, why didn't I just take the glass out? Next time I'll pull the glass out.
Yep.
Bam. So going back to my question is like, for a business owner, like that's in my head that just happened. All of that, and I see this laminate piece of glass and this guy wants this cheap quick. And I'm like,
if it's below the brace or the bottom of the brace or below, oh, I'm taking the door off, gutting the door. I'm doing everything. If I can get down there, right to it, I'll do it with any glass. I don't care what glass it is. But other than that, it doesn't take me long to yank it off and gut it.
And we've kind of created that theme here in my shop is just do the right way. Not always are we going to. I mean, I'm not asking for punishment to have to disassemble something if I don't have to. When I'm not saying that, but like when you have that hunch as a PDR guy, and it's like, yeah, man, we're not going to do that on this car. Well, it's a customer or the type of car or whatever that is. the time of the day and the week. You know, if it's Friday, like you ain't getting nothing until next week. Like you don't want to risk these things. Whether or not it's a belt molding or whether or not it's a piece of glass or whatever, it's like I can afford as a business owner to do the more steps. And if that's not, Mr. Customer, if that doesn't check the boxes for you, then that's okay. There's other guys who will show up to your house and stick a door down there, roll the dice. And in this case, it worked. And again, I'm not trying to diminish this guy at all. That's not my goal in that. But it's just contrasting. Like, I don't have to do that, and I'm not going to take on that risk or liability if I don't have to. It's unneeded. It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
So it's just two different perspectives of, I guess, fixing the same dent.
Yeah. I tell them all the time when I'm doing the estimate, if I'm questionable, if I can't access it, you know, I do all the R&I in that estimate. And I'm like, all right, here's worst case scenario. If I have to remove all this, do the dent, all that, this is how much it's going to be. Because I don't want to call you and say, hey, I need $300 more to fix this dent, you know, an R&I cost or whatever it is. I would rather at the end, first thing I want to do is try to go down through the window, try to go through a taillight, try to do this, whatever. And if I don't have to take this apart, at the end, it's less money. Oh, sure. Yeah, I like that, you know. So I always try to cover my bases when doing the estimates, you know. But I don't mind yanking that door off, gutting it and all that. I've gotten pretty quick at that. I mean, there's certain glass that can be a pain, you know, but the majority of them, all that stuff comes out easy.
Yeah.
Well, for me at least.
Well, that comes with experience, and just going back to like the ability to be a seasoned dent guy to have been there and have a little bit of history and saying, I'm not going to do that again. Yeah. Whether or not it's experience, like, you know, it's easier to just pull the door off because you've pulled so many doors off. Maybe another guy who hasn't pulled the door off or even pulled a door panel, they're like, man, I ain't trying to do that.
You know how many dent guys can't do R&I? Andy Patrick.
I know. I know. I mean, you know, I run into all those guys on social media too, and they're asking the questions, but like, and some of you just got to do it, man. Yeah. Just got to do it. I learned early on in my career, you know, where I was scared to, just like you, glue pull on a freaking roof on a hill car because you just don't know or whatever. And it's like, I learned early on, I had some really good technicians around me that just showed me, like, just, dude, pull the headliner, take the quarter panel off, do what you got to do to get to the dent, fix the dent. You know, what will make you to where you're able to do your best work, right? And, you know.
Now if I glue pull a roof, it's because I can get it done faster than pulling the headliner and everything else out.
Sure, yeah.
You know, there's certain, like I dropped one back in June. Dropped everything, sunroof, everything, and then realized there's zero access. Yeah. Zero. And I've already done all that, even though I got paid for the R&I. It doesn't matter now. I got to glue pull the roof. When usually the R&Is compensate the glue pulling on the roof, you know. Yeah. And my son got all the R&I money for that, and I still had to glue pull the roof because he was with me doing the R&I. I'm like, ugh. But lessons learned.
Speaking of R&I, you have a tool.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I know we've kind of...
Good segue, James.
We're about 3 hours in.
Yes. Good segue. So, yes.
What is this thing?
So this is a...
That's mine, by the way.
What's that? That's that Mobile toothpick right there.
Do that.
It's a leprechaun foot.
It's a back scratcher is what it is. So this is a bed cap removal tool, and, you know, we've all... The plastic bed caps on any truck, vehicle, tailgate caps, we've all used tools that are not made for taking those off to take them off.
Can I see it?
Yeah. So.
Do you not have one, Matt?
No.
Okay. We'll get you one.
I'll be there tomorrow. Dude.
There you go. Get one.
In full defense, I tried to buy it at I think at MTE Expo. And y'all were out.
Oh, MTE was definitely out.
And then I tried to get it at Peter Expo, and they told me that they were out. Whether or not they were or not, maybe they didn't know.
Kiko didn't have
Kiko didn't order. Dentcraft told me to.
Okay. Well, I'm glad. I know we were selling a bunch of them at Dentcraft.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I wanted something to take these off without breaking the clips a lot easier. So of course I got a piece of thin metal and, hand cut grooves and all this kind of stuff in it. Tried all different patterns, ways, angling the tooth on it where it would hit the teeth of the clips and stuff like that. And then, I got hit 3 years in a row with hail, 21, 22, 23. I just sat on it. But at the time, I had like 30, 35 of them cut, no handle or anything. I just put tape around it. And then gave a couple out during that storm, the guys that were helping me. They gave a lot of positive feedback, but it still wasn't the final product. And then, Danny Hacker with Kiko had come up to me at MTE, and we were talking about it a couple of years ago, and he's like, we need some new ideas and all this. I'm like, well, I have an idea, and it's not just for PDR guys. It helps body techs and vinyl shops, stuff like that, graphic shops. I mean, they got R&I caps and stuff like that. And, I told him what it was. I didn't show anything. And so then got to the point where I had a little issue, high blood pressure, stuff like that, a couple of years ago. And then I got to thinking, I'm like, okay, I need to think about end game. Like, I need to get this tool out there because I want to start having money come in, type of deal to where I don't have to destroy my body to have an income coming in or something.
Some passive income.
Yeah. So I called Danny. I was like, hey, I'm ready to move forward on this. And so I did drawings of it and measured out all the sizes and everything. I changed a little bit on the end of it and the size of the mouth and stuff like that. And then he was like, hey, don't send me any photos of it, nothing like that. Let's get a Zoom call going with me, him, and Chris and Scott. And I was like, okay. So that way it's recorded. That, I ton of respect for that. Because you know how it is. You send pictures or something out there, and then somebody's going to take it, So after, Zoom call and all that, then I sent the drawings and stuff. And then Reggie and them, their engineering, they come up with it. And they got a prototype, or we got one cut and sent it to me. It didn't have a handle on it yet. So I was just using it. And I'm like, okay, well, I want to round the top edges off, and then all the edges completely around it weren't smooth.
Yeah.
They were still just sharp cut. And I said, we just need 3 areas that touch the tabs to be your sharp edges. Everything else I want rounded off. So Reggie went back in. I'm talking about, you can't see it with the naked eye, but the drawings had rounded these edges off, so it's fairly smooth.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a chance of scratch and paint with these corners and stuff. But I wanted it as thin as possible, which the original size, this is what it is, thickness and all that. It's bendable. It's stainless. It's not going to rust. Then we came up with a deal with me and them on it and moved forward. We were supposed to have a certain amount done in the initial phase of it before MTE, and there was a mix-up on the order on that, so only like half of them were ordered. And we launched it, and in a day and a half, they were completely sold out. Then they had already reordered prior to us launching it. It took longer than expected on that next order. Then once it came in, I mean, it's flown off the shelves. I mean, they're keeping them in stock now. They're able to keep up with it, but it's if I'm not mistaken, it's their fastest selling tool they've ever had.
Wow. It's so reasonably priced. I mean, it's ridiculous.
$34.95 for a tool that's not going to rust. I have used and abused mine, and this soft, rubbery handle that's on here is very durable, and I have yet to see any.
Looks like a silicone.
Yeah, but it's just, it's nice, especially compared to my first ones, which I just had like tape around it.
Yep.
You know, but it's made. I usually there's certain tabs that you put it around and push that front ear and back ear, and of course you got to have upward pressure on your slight upper pressure. But a lot of times I hit it with that front tab, hit that, reach around, boom.
That's what I do.
Just go down it. Well, the reason it's not, I'm holding it up like you can see, but I mean some of y'all can see, but I had comments, man, and I had to when it launched. Any word of advice for people is don't read comments because it will enrage you, and it's very minimal compared to the positive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's usually body guys. Oh, just grip and rip. I use this. I use that. Well, good. You can keep using that. It's not made for it, but this is. Well, you need to bevel these edges down. These are people who've never had it in their hand. Okay. Well, that's one thing that I tried in the beginning is beveling this down to where it's a sharp edge. Okay, well, there's two reasons it didn't work. One, it made it a one-directional tool because you flip it up, now the bevel goes up. Well, you can't hit that tab. Two, when it's hot, it's like it shears right through it. just cuts right through that sucker. So this is a two-directional. It's not a pry tool. I had a tech that bought it in the beginning, and he's like, I can't get this thing to work.
It's bending.
It keeps bending on me. I'm like, it's not a pry tool.
It's not a crowbar.
Yeah, it's made to bend because you want to bend it and keep it as flat as possible on top of the ridge. Well, and all I had was old videos. I had this video of not even the finished product here, but of like a 2012 Chevy truck. I mean, it was a wholesale vehicle. The bed cap on the inside had been ripped in two spots, but all the clips were still there. And I was just kind of showing how it did it and posted that. Okay, well, will it work on a Ram? Will it work on a Ford? Well, last year, the end of last year was my slowest time ever in business. So I'm trying to get this and get videos, but I ain't got trucks coming in where I can do this type of stuff. And so I had like a Toyota come in. I'm showing the bed cap, the tailgate cap on it. You know, they can do all this, explaining. Well, but will it do a Ram? Will it do a Ram? That's all I heard. So when I was out at Kiko in March, one of the employees, we got him to bring his 2500 over. And Hayden did a great video. And it's going great. And I get to two separate tabs that apparently has been taken off before and put back. Well, the ears went underneath the metal. So I'm sitting there fighting it. Of course, he sped it up, but I didn't realize that. It's hard to see those tabs.
Yes.
And one was on the outside and one's on the inside one. And but I was able to get it all out without them breaking. You know, even those two. Once I figured out, okay, it's underneath, I was able to kind of manipulate to get that. If it wasn't for that, I'd have went straight down it. Post that video. 4K, high quality, all this. Yeah, but will it do a Ford?
Yes.
Yes. You know,
that's great. That's great.
You start learning.
I love that.
You can't make everybody happy with something.
No.
But these things, I know Anson have bought them for the vans. Dentcraft bought them. And like you said, and I was helping Dentcraft at the PDR Expo, and I was selling them like hotcakes there. And you know, you said that they had run out or whatever, so I'm glad.
Well, they told me.
Yeah. But yeah, $34.95 for this. My Snap-on guy, I set him up with Scott as a vendor. He buys like 20 or 30 at a time. He's got like 3 trucks. He'll put them on there and sell them, buy a couple more.
Yeah, that'd be a good Snap-on truck.
So after I got this thing, I've been waiting for this thing for a long time.
I know.
But then I got it, and I didn't get a Ram for a while. First Ram I got a brand new Ram, And I was like, okay, sweet. But let me use this first. So I didn't make a video of me using it, but it's a brand new ram. It was still clean underneath, right? You know how it's so dirty under there? It's still perfect under there. So I get it, and I just do a little review of it. Like, hey, just use this thing. Here's my first impressions of it. Like, this thing's, it works. It's great. It's the best thing on the market to do this job. And then it got like 50,000 views in the same thing. Yeah. Something about it is controversial, which I don't really understand. But you had so many people, swearing that I didn't use it. It was a new one. It was this and it was that. I'm like, what about this situation? I don't know if it's just so familiar to so many people. But I don't know, man.
I've come to the realization that there are just so many people that are just negative, and all they want to do is talk negative.
Yeah.
They don't have it in their hand. Just like when I first, decided to try to make this, I looked everywhere for a bed cap removal tool. There's not any. Okay. Even at that time, I couldn't even find the stick version of a clip tool, which is a lot thinner than this. It's very flimsy. It's kind of at an angle and stuff. It's shorter, all this. So when we launched this, then you have even PDR guys, even some that have been around for a while.
Oh, yeah.
That even do training and all this. Well, it's just a copy of Stick's already come out with that. No. Ain't nobody come out with it. It's not the same. Oh, yeah, it's the same. I'll just use this. Okay, well, it's not the same tool. Danny Hacker had a body tech, send him a picture, or it was a post, is what it was, and it was a screenshot of the post. And he had the stick tool and this. And the stick tool was like up to here, and it's super flimsy and thin. And he's like, something about talk about girth and all this. Kiko really came out strong, all this kind of stuff, and just talking about it's a totally different tool, than this. And then since it's been out and people have had it in their hands, they're sending me, body molding, the little push-in clips and all this, not Christmas tree, but, the little white snap-in, say the fender flares and stuff like that, or the plastic moldings on the bottom of the doors. They're able to get that down there and hit those little ears on there. God, who was it? A couple weeks ago, the headliner. So the your dome light, those metal clips.
Oh, yeah.
They're reaching in there and doing that. So I'm like, yeah, I need to make a longer one now. It may have been Gene. It may have been Gene that sent me that. So now, even the metal clips on the newer Chevy trucks on the bed caps in the back and the front, man, that little thing, that's the first one. Hit it, both sides, comes right up. It's perfect for it. And I mean, there's still like the Ram tailgate caps. The old F250, F350s, I'm talking about like 99 to...
Yeah.
Grenades can't get them things off. That big old chunk that, I've taken pry bars on them things and just have to rip them out. But the majority of everything, that one tool will get those little clips it's to help prevent breaking them. We don't want to rip and grip or grip and rip and replace PDR. Most, there's still a lot of body shops that if they can save that and put it back on, cycle time. And there are some instances where it's on back order. You can't get those pieces.
Mm-hmm. I've been in so many body shops pulling those off, and the body guys are like, "Why are you doing that?" I'll never do that. I just tell them we need a new one. It's like, that's convenient for you.
Yeah.
If you just got to tell someone you want a new one.
Yeah.
You don't got to go in there and order it, chase it down, swipe the card, go get it. I think body shop guys, maybe there's, I guess just built into the culture of that, where it's just, we just get new ones.
That's the system.
Why save it? Whereas in a shop like yours or mine, it's like, bro, like, I ain't trying to do all that.
No.
I put this back on. It's not built into the estimate. I quoted a dent. I didn't quote a new bed cap that's going to take 4 days to get, maybe. And then I got to go get it. Like, so, yeah, I think it's a little bit of a different type of culture. You know, I come from, like, here in the shop, like, when it comes to pulling those bed caps off, it's like, okay, guys, slow down. Especially the first and last one on those Rams.
Yeah.
You're getting that the clip on the first, because those hold it down. You can lose a couple down the middle.
Yeah.
But you got to keep that first and last one. Those
Well, a thing with that too is the upward pressure. You get a lot of guys that want to pull up like this and try to get that. Well, as soon as that second ear, that inner, you hit that outer one, boom, it's that snap like that shock, because they're pulling up too much pressure. They don't rip it straight off there. No matter if you have this tool. It's all about, Rams are just very hard to see, especially late model, because the clips have a wall right here, and then the little ears, and then that wall changes, going, and then the back little upward.
Well, we're dealing with things that were designed to be one-time use.
Yeah.
Like, those weren't designed to come off. Those were designed to be put on quick in assembly and send it, and they'll worry about changing it out later. Like,
But then they didn't realize that they're going to have to be changing a lot of them out, so then they can't keep up.
Oh, they don't mind. They'll sell the parts now. I mean, the manufacturers, like, that's
what I'm saying. They can't keep up with making the parts.
Yeah.
Especially on the newer stuff. I mean, there's a lot. We work on brand new vehicles that they don't even have parts for.
Yeah.
So with that, that helps.
Well,
that's cool that you're thinking outside the box with a R&I tool. I've thought a lot about like not leaving the R&I guys out. Like, what could I design for them? That's why I did the snake. What do I call
the black snake.
I forget.
The Alabama black snake.
Tube snake.
Tube snake.
Yeah, for taking the wire harness out. Those just never did a whole lot. I think they changed it, made everything quick disconnect now, where those aren't as much of a problem. But those are still a problem.
Well, you get to where, not yours. I mean, your tools are, when you're coming out with some, it's something different. It's not a variation of a tool that's already out there, or just made by a different material, or has a hub. That we get a lot of that. How many blending hammers do we really need? You know what I mean? Like,
we make some of those.
Oh, I understand that, but what I'm saying is there's all, like,
yeah.
I've had ideas of tools, blending hammers. I was in 2013. I was making an umbrella to work out in the shade, and then the next thing I know, now there's umbrellas with suction cups. I went on photography shops. I was buying 6-inch cups and making things to hold an umbrella. It wasn't out yet, but there's a lot of things that a lot of technicians can come up with. And they just don't act on them. It takes money. It takes hooking up with the right company that can do it with you and stuff like that.
I don't know why those, like, the naysayers you're talking about that want to make, why do you got to make that? There's already, the guys in the comments, they're not monetarily invested in it. Mm-hmm. They're not, from a time standpoint, invested in it. I mean, all they are is beneficiaries of your design, potentially. Maybe they don't. Maybe they think it's worthless and they don't want to buy it. But, like, it's a no. Why would they be upset? I don't understand why people get upset about bringing new tools to market and they want to argue. It's like, we're doing this for you. If you don't like it, you don't have to buy it. No one's forcing you to buy it.
You don't even have to comment.
You ain't got to comment. You can just say, not for me.
But those people do.
But they do, and I don't understand it. Like, it's just moving the industry forward. Yeah. And if it's at the bottom line, if it works, then the industry will accept it. If it doesn't work, then you'll never sell another one. It'll sit on a shelf, and the industry will tell you if it's received or not. Yeah. Like, that's but, like, I don't know why guys get on it. I mean, I don't understand the negative comments. I think that's just people peacocking, trying to show their freaking whatever.
Yeah, it's just, and the majority of those were actual body techs who, that mentality, why are you taking that off? I just tell them I need a new one. Well, one, you're not paying for it. You're not having to order it. There's no effort other than I'm just going to grip and rip, do what I need, and then somebody else can put, R&I guy can put this on. When even body techs, that have these in hand, are taking the time to,
I just had
take it off. And
I talked to Nick Priest for about an hour this week, and we were talking about, I forget what I was talking about, but it was, the conversation went to just the disconnect between body tech and PDR tech, and that they're just completely different. If you take a big smash like what you're doing, or let's just say my Rivian, like all the comments on there is mostly body guys saying, why did you do all this? I could have had that wiped out of my bay in 3 hours. And it's like, yeah, but I had it in my shop and out of my shop in 3 days. Like, you might have had it out of your bay in 3 hours, but it's going to sit there, and now it's got to go to the paint shop, sit there, then reassemble it. Nothing's going to be in the shop for a month. Like, you're just thinking narrow-mindedly again. Like, I am a one-stop body shop potentially in that regard.
Yeah.
And I'm the owner who, it's convenient to say I could just wipe it and get it off my plate, but all you did was just clog up the other end of the machine, you know? But like, body guys don't think that way. Like, they're just thinking fast and, turning hours as fast as possible. And if it's easier to rip that bed cap off to get it out of my way, and someone else can go buy another one. So it's two different cultures. And it's interesting because we're in a time where we're blending these cultures, right? We're having PDR guys doing PCR type of work, which is getting the attention. And then we have the body guys who are getting into PDR. So like, we're blending from we're blending genres from the bottom up, and they're blending it from the top down, and we're kind of meeting in the middle. And now we're trying to figure out how to talk and communicate and do things with each other. And it's interesting. And we're getting a lot of feedback from the body shop world about X. And then we're also showing them what's possible with PDR. And then they're like, oh, maybe I'll get some training and learn how to do GPR now. Right?
Well, that's what I was about to say is Kiko is bridging that gap with the glue pull systems and the training. So I train for Kiko now. And I love going in there and showing them how to use this. And then it's I want a PDR shop. And they're like, what? Oh, you fix this stuff? Yeah. I mean, this is...
We actually fix it. We don't cover it up with paint.
Once you kind of get, conversing back, you can kind of joke around with them. But it's like, I mean, we're not teaching you PDR. We're teaching you GPR. It's two totally different things. But that's the reason I went with Kiko with this. And I was on the phone with Chris, and we're coming to terms with an agreement on this the day that he pulled in here that morning. He pulled in here to do his podcast. Oh, yeah. He's like, I'm over here. And I'm like, okay. But, this is, like, Dentcraft's like, why don't you go with us? I'm like, a couple of them, why don't you go with us? I'm like, I love your stuff, but Kiko, this isn't just a PDR tool. This is body tech. It's something that's for everybody. And right now, they're the company that is bridging that gap between both worlds. So that's who I'm going to go with on this. And it's been a great marriage so far, but it's been great. So speaking of marriage, I haven't even talked about my family yet. And if I don't talk about my wonderful family, I'm never going to hear the end of it. So, October 8th will be 25 years married. And I mean, it feels like yesterday.
October
8th.
Okay. Yeah, we were married June of 01.
I got married in 2000, so it's easy to remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Been together since 99, early 99. But we, my oldest is 21 now. She's getting married next June 6th. She's the reason I went on the hell trail for 2 months this year. Paid for a wedding. And she's going to be the cheaper of the two girls when it comes to that. Great. Going to have a great son-in-law. I mean, he's a great kid, great young man, I should say. She's finishing. They're both finishing up college this year. My son is sophomore in college. So growing up, he's played baseball since he was 4 years old, 4 or 5. Coaching all them years up until middle school. Once middle school hit, coaches take him, school take him. I don't want to be that dad. He's going to listen to somebody else more than he will me. But decided not to play in college. And as much as we wanted him to, and I mean, we've been nothing but baseball all these years, and then all of a sudden we're trying to find kids to go watch. We still go to the school when spring ball's here and stuff like that. But no, he's doing great. He's my oldest is going for criminal justice, something with that. I think she wants to do something with kids in that aspect.
Mm-hmm.
He right now is thinking sports management type thing. And then our youngest is 13. She's 8th grade. And she is the most beautiful dancer that I've ever seen. And looking at pictures, this week was homecoming week. They had to dress up something different every day. But they do class colors, and hers was purple. Well, my wife found a picture of my oldest in the same year, like 8th grade, was purple. And my youngest looks like 3 years older than my oldest did at that time. Like that, it's just the difference in girls. But my oldest is 5'11", got tall, long legs. My son's 6'6", size, or 6'5", 6'5". I still think he's like 6'6", but size 14 foot, And everybody, I told them all, I was like, by his senior year, he's a pitcher. I'm like, I swear he's going to be 6'6", like 240. That's what I told everybody. So they always joke about it. He ended up being like 6'5", like 225 or something like that. I'm like, and now he went to college and within a couple months lost weight. I'm like, but they both go to Christian schools, so there's no, they're in clubs. They're not in fraternities, sororities. It's clubs. To go to the great school. Actually, my oldest, where she goes, the John and Marie's two oldest go there, same school, college.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so their oldest is a year behind my daughter. She's junior, and then their youngest just started this year. So, and then, man, I married, my wife is amazing. I guess I don't give her enough credit. I try to, but I don't give her enough credit for who she is and what she really means, I guess. I could tell her every day how special she is and I love her, and but it just, she doesn't realize she's the most selfless person I've ever met in my life. It's her kids, man. She does absolutely everything. She helps me run the business and stuff like that, but it's every afternoon she's picking my daughter up, and it's dance just about every afternoon. Even back when it was, baseball or whatever it was, she's the one taking them. So we joke around that she comes in right at lunch and leaves at 2:30, so she's there from 11 to 2:30 at work. But she honestly, I couldn't do what she does outside of this. I can fix dents. I can stay at the shop, whatever, by myself, whatever. I can work all day long, all night long, but I still think she works more than I do, just as far as what she takes care of. But just freaking amazing. Yeah, I can't. I'm blessed. And I can't say that. 25 years. I'll never say that I've been the best husband, best father. We all have our struggles, but she has been a rock the entire time, and better person than I'll ever be.
Wow.
I can't. And that's just how she was raised. I mean, her dad, my father-in-law, was a super guy, but her mom passed away right after we got married. We knew it was coming. She'd had 2 different brain tumors. Before I met her, she'd already had surgery, and then had it. And then we had to keep moving our wedding up so she could be there. And I'm talking about the day of the wedding. I mean, almost like nothing was wrong with her. I mean, she was in through the whole wedding process. The getting everything going and the day of, and just, I mean, she loved her stinking kids and her grandkids. I wish my kids were able to know her in person. Like I said, I love my parents, but they're not involved with the kids. She would have been, 1,000% involved in everything. And my wife is just like her. Like we had eye exams the other day, Wednesday, and we both hadn't had new glasses in 6 years. So we're trying on glasses. She's tried this one pair, and she's like, "Oh my God!" I mean, she looked just like her mom. Just because that's them old, look like 70s,
yes.
And we're like, "Holy crap, you do," But just phenomenal. Her whole side of the family has just always been great. She's got one brother, older brother. I think they're 8 years, 6 or 8 years difference, maybe 6 years. Her dad retired FBI, almost 39 years.
Wow.
He said, and he was trying to make it to 40. And he's like, "Oh, I guess a damn gold watch for one more year. I'm done."
Buy my own watch.
Yeah, he's like, "I'll buy my own watch." But
That's all you get for how long with the FBI? 40?
40 would be a gold watch. So every 10, 20, 30, you get something. But 40 years was a gold. I don't know what kind. I doubt it's Rolex. But he was like, he had enough. And
10 with Dent Wizard, you get a watch.
yeah, well, that's not the government though. The government, they probably spray paint it, But I think that's kind of what sparked my oldest into trying to do some criminal justice, and she always loved those shows growing up, NCIS and all that. She wanted to be behavioral analysis for FBI. She just does not have that personality. I'm like, so what exactly are you going to do? Like, what's your end game with this? And she finally said over something, she's like, "I want to do something with kids." I'm like, she was working at a summer camp for one of the churches at home over the summer, with kids. And I'm like, "You don't want to be a teacher. You don't want to be daycare." She's like, "No, something in criminal justice, something that has to do with children, like helping kids, protecting kids, something like that." I was like, "That's perfect." So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, my youngest, man, if and when she gets married, that's the one that's, I'm gonna have to set limits.
Spending limits?
Yeah. My oldest, she's just like us, like, whatever. We're gonna have taco bar. We're gonna, I think I'll end up spending the most amount with the photographer and the venue, and it's a friend of ours, and she's even giving us a discount. But that'll be the most expensive part of it. Yeah, 2 totally different girls. Yeah. One doesn't wear makeup. One, the youngest, can do tutorials on. I mean, just does her nails like every day. I mean, just crazy too. I mean, yeah. But anyway,
that's awesome.
I know I need to talk about them because I had
good
really the whole time. But
yeah,
I'm excited. About 25 years, I've actually got to be back down here the 9th and 10th. So I'm actually driving down on the 8th. I've got a training in Jacksonville those 2 days. And then the next week I'll be here the 4 days. I've got 2 trainings in Lakeland. So hopefully when I get back, or maybe next weekend, we'll figure something out. But yeah, I don't know.
Gotta do something.
Gotta do something.
Do something fun.
Yeah, trying to think of something good to get her, but she's not really a materialistic woman. So it's
there's a nice place called the Ponte Vedra Inn and Club here in Ponte Vedra, and they have I'll keep it short. They have a couples massage where you're in this big, nice room, couples massage, big, huge jacuzzi, sauna, big shower, and you get a massage for an hour, and then they leave, and then you have another hour in the room. It's
free for all.
Pretty cool experience. Let's just leave it at that.
What about the cameras that are hidden in the walls?
Didn't see any cameras, but there might be some footage that I don't know about.
Oh, goodness.
Come out one day.
Yeah.
Did you go to this?
Yes.
Apparently. sounds like some
I would
first-hand
recommend
experience.
it, Matt. Okay. And they have like a whole pool outdoor area, and you can order food and drinks. You can be there all day.
So what's there to do for 55 minutes?
Yeah, I was about to say I'll need an hour after.
5 minutes, and, can you come back in to finish the massage? Or, oh Lord, that kind of went.
Matt, you got some new tools, huh?
Yeah, we got a couple tools. We have been trying to get these done for a long time, just to be honest. And they were supposed to be at MTE last year, and they weren't, just because everything was been so busy with A1 and tools. But so we finally got them here, and so we have a Dent Slayer severed, this is 5/8. King Slayer severed. This is 5/8.
Thick boy.
We were going to go 50 inches. But if you go 50 inches, then you get one tool out of a stick. So we dropped it down to 48 inches, so we get two tools out of one stick of metal, because this is how the links come. So this is 48 inches, and this thing is just an absolute freaking nature tool, monster. It's threaded on both ends, and look at that, Brandon. You can push with that end, like it's pretty, it's pretty smooth.
Yeah,
it's like you can push with just the ball end of the tool, or you can put a tip on there, and it's all smoothed over, so it's just a really good push on that one. But I've been wanting to get this out for a long time. This is a tool that I want to use here. And then these are the flat rats. I've had prototypes of these since we came out with the original rat rods, and again, it's just getting things made. I mean, again, at A1, they're making stuff for a lot of companies, and when it hails, then it just goes haywire because everybody wants ramped up. And so, to get new stuff done is hard. And so, but these have been in my head for a while, and we just got them out. So basically, it's a rat rod. The rat rods are bent up. These are called a flat rat, and you can bend these along the shaft, and it's essentially you would use like a whale tail. So you're going to work this into like a hole, and you're going to get this really soft push through a small hole. That's the whole selling feature of these, is a soft push through a small hole. And you would use it like a whale tail, and if you have to, you can come in here and do a little bit of detailing with the other end. But this one is cool too. It's super usable. I've had this prototype for a long time, and again, you can bend it, and these are really good for the weep holes on doors. Or hatches. You can go right up through that weep hole, and you can just push it out.
What?
The weep hole.
Where the water drains out of a door.
Okay. That's called a weep.
Yeah.
Weep hole.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, not a wee pole.
Weep hole. Like a little pole.
No, a weep.
I have one of those.
Weep
A weep hole.
hole. But it's short enough where you can, when the car's, you're coming up from the bottom, it's got to be short.
Yeah.
It can't be too long. So you can get it in there and you can push and soft and hatches. It's good too. And I use it like this too. It's if it's short, it's stiff enough to do that. When you get longer, it'll start.
That probably would have been good on that Ram body line, going up through the weep hole.
It was too tall. I checked that and it was too far.
Okay.
But then the last one is the Bodyline Slayer XXL. Sorry. So the Bodyline Slayer has, I don't know the magic of it, but it was like our most popular tool at MTE.
Love it.
And then it was our most popular tool in Italy. And, these are made. So the original Bodyline Slayer was about here. I forget exactly the length of it. I think it's 24 inches. And it's just a really thick, it's a half-inch tool.
No
What's that?
flex.
What's that, 30?
I think this is 36 or 34. Maybe it's 32. I forget exactly what we decided on. But the point is that you build it out with extensions, like so you can build it to fit whatever width door or panel you're working on. So you just put extensions on there, put a tip in there, and so we made it originally for like Challenger doors that are really fat, or other doors where you need to push that metal is so strong, that body line is so strong, and it's such a fat door. There's not a lot of tools that answer that. And so this was made to be the answer to that. And then guys started asking me for longer ones of these. And so what's cool with this is when you use it with the Gorilla Grip handle, that turns into a T. It kind of turns into a double bend that is multi-use out of it, as well as the ratcheting
Side load.
The magic on those is, for me, the nylon tip to work a body line with that thing.
Yeah.
The low profile nylon tip that we have, and then that tactical handle, and you can build that leverage out on that thing, and it is just a monster.
I hope guys don't think I'm trying to we don't make a lot of money on the tips, but I preach those tips to every technician that I can, because those nylon tips is what I mostly use exclusively on almost every dent. If I can use the nylon tip, I do. Doesn't always work, but if I can, I use it. It just it withstands a heat gun. You can really lift the body line with it. You can fine tune with it. You can bulk out with it. It's kind of been my just middle of the road. It's not some big, like the Dent Craft ones, which I love, which the red ones. Like sometimes they're too big and they're too soft, and the heat hits them, and then they just fail on you. And so the nylon is just that good middle of the road that just does it. It's a do-all tip for me, and so I love those. And we sell them, with the T-handle Johnsons. We made those diameter specific to the tools because I love them so much. But if you can put that nylon tip on this tool and get that length right how you want it, and put that in that Challenger door, it'll just essentially roll that body line out for you.
So quick mention of our sponsors, but you have a couple cars coming in that you're working with Claim Connection with.
One I have, and I'm not going to tell numbers because that's none of y'all's business. But
me and Brandon's?
No, the people, the audience listening.
Yeah.
But
Just kidding.
They just got me. So Claim Connection is when you're going to send. I'm busy. I don't have time to do that, and that's just dead truth. Like I don't have time to deal with State Farm on an estimate. And I hate their B2B portal. I don't want to do it, and then I don't want to deal with them. But I got these Rivians that come in, and these are the glamour dents, the high-paying job dents that you got to get right. And so I sent one to Claim Connection, and they got me $2,000 over what I asked them to get me. When you fill it out, they kind of ask you, "Hey, what do you need? What is your goal for this job price wise?" And I put that, and it came back as $2,000 over. which is
so
like
you got 44,000 instead of 42.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah. No, but like that's great. I mean, it's amazing. And so I have another Rivian. I literally just got an inquiry for yesterday that I'm going to have to send up for the same thing. And the real reason for those is because there's so many like little things when you're doing disassembly that have to be included that I just don't know about. And they've just, even with the Rivians, they've done so many of those Rivians that they kind of know them like the back of their hand as far as what you can get and where they got a section now and what's got to be detrimmed and what doesn't. And so they've already worked that out. And so it's kind of easy cut and paste for me to give it to them and they can work all that out and just tell me what it is. Basically, I send them the estimate. They deal with the agent or the insurance adjuster, not the agent. They deal with the insurance adjuster. And then they basically send me a text saying, hey, the car's been approved. Everything's in your inbox. Check's being sent here. All you got to do is call the customer and schedule it in. And it's just a no-brainer.
Yeah. So I've got CCC, and I did it. So when you do it, you got to lock into a 2-year contract. The first year is usually $100 less than what it actually is. So it can be quite expensive, even one person. So at the end of my 2-year, which I have probably a little less than a year now left on it, I will cancel it and then strictly use Claim Connection. The main reason I got it is because I wanted to dive in and understand all these different things. Now that I do, I don't like dealing with insurance. I love what they're doing with the Claim Connection stuff. So into my 2-year, that's going to be null and void, and I'm just going to strictly be using them. So,
yeah, and I don't get a lot of hail. I mean, I'm using this for more big smash stuff.
Yeah.
But like, if I had a light to medium car come in here for hail, I probably wouldn't use it for that. I'm just being honest because I'm confident in writing that car. I know what I can get out of it. It's not going to hit thresholds. It's probably going to be, But when you start hitting thresholds on panels, or when you start, that's when you're either gonna make here or you can really get what you should be getting.
Yep.
Right. That's kind of the difference because down here it's all kind of dictated what you should get. It's when it gets past thresholds that it's like, I don't know, what can I get? And not that you're trying to take advantage of anybody, but you're just trying to not get taken advantage of.
Exactly,
That's
because they will take advantage of you. And
They
having
will.
somebody who understands and knows that like they do and can talk with them, and all you have to do is eventually just call the customer, schedule it, and do the repair.
It's like having an employee sitting in the front office who's doing all that.
Because it takes forever to deal with them, and the majority of us have no clue when it comes to CCC and every little aspect it is. We can't just say, okay, replace this door. There's notes and stuff that if you don't know where to look, that says, okay, if you're going to do this, this time pays after this, or this time pays after that. You have to do all this. They know where to look and what all to put in there. We don't. I do now, but I don't want to deal with it in the long run. So,
and I'll say this about Claim Connection because I think this gets missed in the sea of other companies who do this, and I'm not all for other companies. I'm not there's lots of companies who do it. Find the one that works for you. But I'll tell you why I like Claim Connection is Tammy, who's the one who runs it. Keith is I don't know what he's the owner of it, but Tammy's the one that I deal with, and she's kind of my source there. But Tammy wanted to know intimately what is involved with PDR, and she went and sat on Bryce's shop floor for 2 or 3 days and watched him repair a car so she could understand what PDR was. And then when that got finished, she came up here because she's like Orlando area when me and Bryce were pretty close. So then she came here and sat with me on a repair that she wrote, but she wanted to watch me do it. And she literally sat on my floor for 3 days watching me fix a dent so she could know what we need as a technician. I mean, that's pretty amazing, whether or not she didn't get paid or whether or not Keith didn't get paid or who, I don't know. That's not my department. That's not what I'm trying to highlight. I'm trying to highlight the fact that they showed up because they really, really wanted to know what was involved in these smashes. And a funny little story, because she came from a body shop background and she really didn't know a lot of PDR. I mean, this was years ago, a couple years ago. They're way more now, but like when she came here, she was newer to the PDR side. Tons of experience in a body shop, but fresh to PDR. That's why she came. And so after, she had watched Bryce repair a dent on a Rivian, and then after she watched me repair a dent on a Rivian, she was like, this is crazy. Like, this is the purest form of body repair I've ever seen. Like, how do you get more pure of a repair than this? Like, you're not covering up anything. You're not repainting anything. You're not even really swapping out many parts unless you have to. You're reusing them with the, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the purest form of repair that there is. And she's like, I'm gonna preach this, from the rooftops from now on, because people need to know that this is a thing. What you guys can do is insane. Like, and it needs to be spread that this is a thing. And so, like, I love that they did that, and she invested in her knowledge to come here and learn and experience. And so now she's taken all that with her, and that energy and that passion when she's trying to get my Rivians done. Yep. This is what
she's a bulldog.
She's a bulldog. Yeah. She's awesome.
So Mobile Tech RX, y'all probably heard about this, but they just released their Zapier integration.
I have it.
You haven't heard of that?
No, I have
You
it.
have that.
Yeah.
So what this is, you have the Zapier? Mm-hmm. So what it is for our listeners is Zapier is like a software that talks to other softwares. So if you build a software, you can make it integrate with Zapier, and then it will then integrate with 7,000 other softwares to share information.
Yeah.
So if you have a CRM, then basically information can flow between your CRM and Mobile Tech RX. So do y'all both have it all set up?
Yep. So I had it on the trial run, but apparently it wasn't set up. And so I didn't really get to use it. But I've had it since it came out and you got to pay for it. But I actually talked with Eric and them at PDR Expo because there was a couple of little things that weren't working right, or they come to find out there's a little bug, and it's going to take them a couple of weeks, but they're going to keep me updated. And it's not just me; it's throughout the whole thing. But I'm the first one that brought it to their attention. But say my CRM system now, I've got those who have them. You've got workflows, so you have different columns. Well, now I can move. I get a lead in. I can move that customer. That now it's captured their name, phone number, email, stuff like that. I can move it over to a column that says estimate prep, Mobile Tech. Now when I go over to Mobile Tech and I hit create new estimate, go down my list of customers, they're already in there. There's no more manually putting all that info in. If I do a walk-in customer and I do all their information in Mobile Tech and I go to my CRM, they're already in my CRM. The bug was... which would finally call it, and like I said, they're fixing. I would do an estimate, email it out through Mobile Tech, and I'd schedule everything, do everything else through my CRM. And I've had jobs that sent the estimate out. I've done an invoice, completed the job, closed the invoice, all this kind of stuff. 5 days later, a customer's getting an email saying, hey, have you had a chance to look at our estimate? Would you like to schedule your job? And it's coming from Mobile Tech. So I was on the phone with them Monday or Tuesday, and she called back after talking to engineering, and they found out there was a little bug for the Zapier part that they didn't catch. So I know I'm not the only one, but it took me like that, and then there was a when I import from CRM to Mobile Tech and I pull up that customer, start doing the estimate, it took me like 3 estimates to realize it was reverting back to the PK 2020 pricing for price of dent and $50 an hour labor rate. not to what mine is set. So that's all that should be fixed in the next couple of weeks. There was just a bug in there that they didn't catch that's making it do that. So all that'll be so just it's amazing. I'm so glad that they finally done it because it makes everything so much easier now when you have a CRM system. And now there's no manual entry of anything. Everything is talking back and forth, and I can't be happier. It makes my life a lot easier.
So I don't have a CRM for my company, but I have basically a Google sheet, a spreadsheet that I've always kept every retail customer in. And it can talk to anything, Google Sheets. So now when I used to have to make a customer a mobile tech and then every week or so go back and then put everything into the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And then my wife looks at the spreadsheet and then she will send stuff out. But now I just put it into mobile tech and it's in the spreadsheet automatically. It's like saving me so much time.
Love it.
That's it. Just saving you data entry time in multiple places.
Yeah, and you know it's what, like $35 more a month, but it's when you have that type of thing, you need it, and to me, it's a cheap for that.
Yeah, yeah. If you just think about the time you spend, it's like, oh, I'm saving this much time for $35. Like that's an easy decision.
Cutting and pasting.
Yeah,
and
that type of stuff is just destroys my soul. When I'm like in a spreadsheet on my phone, I'm like, I hate my life right now.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You love spreadsheets. Don't lie.
I love having a spreadsheet,
everything.
But I hate just
James has a
copying
spreadsheet.
information.
Copy
You got a
and paste.
spreadsheet to keep your spreadsheets organized, don't you?
I don't have a spreadsheet for this podcast right now, but I do have a Google Doc that I'm running for this current episode.
Yeah. All right.
Anything else, guys?
Man, we covered a lot.
Brandon, thank you so much for driving here. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time spent away from family, man. We really appreciate it. And I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate, everything you do for the industry. Man, Ginger Bros podcast. You guys are starting back up?
Starting back up next Wednesday, October 1st.
Okay.
We'll have... hopefully it'll be out tomorrow. Anyway, we're having Mac Fetty on. Mac is Gene and Melissa's son, and he just won 3rd place in the beginner competition at PDR Expo. So for somebody that's only been pushing 10 months.
That's pretty good.
And he wasn't far off from the winner. That's been pushing for 2 years. Mac's a good kid, and he's really taking it to heart. So we're happy to have him on. We just been so busy this summer that I was on the Hell Trail. Andy's been working hell for 2.5 years straight now. We just had a lot going on. So after about the 2nd week of May, we haven't had a show. It's been a nice break, but we miss it.
It takes a lot, man.
It takes a lot. People don't understand.
Yeah.
And especially us doing it every week. And even though it's an hour, it's really 2 hours minimal.
It's a job. It can be a job.
It is. And we don't make anything off of it. You know what I mean? So, but it's just fun. It's what we do. We want to talk and get to know technicians on a little live hour-long thing. So it's fun. So I'm glad we're happy to start back up. So
where can they find you? Or where can they find it?
Facebook and YouTube. Usually every Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central Time. We may be changing days and times. We don't know, but I know it'll probably be this Wednesday. But we've talked about doing it because there's several guests that we've wanted on in the past, but they go to church on Wednesday nights, and so we want to kind of get away from that. I actually would like to start going back to church on Wednesday night too, but it just. We'll let everybody know, but at least next week it will be Wednesday, and we're excited. Like I said, we're I'm happy to get Mac on, and there's several other guests we want to get on and get going.
Sure.
We've created all these newer podcasts are because of us. So.
That's it.
But no, it's great. But no, I appreciate y'all having me on. Fairly quick drive, 6.5 hours, whatever.
Yeah, that's so quick.
It is. Well, I mean, it's I-10, so it's just,
it's not
Yeah. And Roy, says he's in Tallahassee, and I was like, well, I'll stop on the way back through today, say hey, see him on the way. But
yeah,
I'm ready to get home.
Heck yeah.
It's not bad though. But no, I appreciate it, and same to y'all. Friendships are always great. I know I've got, over the years have developed a lot of friendships that, are those that we don't have to talk every day, but we see each other. If I picked up the phone, called any of y'all, I know, it's like we just pick up from the last time that we talked. So that's, true friendships, and that's what I like to surround myself with. There's a lot more of the good in this industry than the negative.
Sure.
And those who say otherwise never come to MTE, never come to anything like that.
Exactly. They're getting their information off of social media, which social media only highlights the negative for the most part.
Exactly. And I regret, like I said, I've been doing this since 2013, and I didn't start coming to MTE till 22. Yeah. But I didn't really know much about it, you know what I mean? So, and now I can't, I didn't want to go, I wasn't a Vegas guy, and now going out there and helping Dent Craft, and, now I'm helping judge the competitions and stuff like that. I mean, to me, I have more of a purpose, but then seeing all my friends from all over the world, even just for a couple of days, I mean, that makes it worth it. Even if I didn't do anything else, and just got to sit and talk with one or two people that are really, even at MTE, and it's so busy, and not every year I get done with that, and I'm like, how did I miss this person? How did I didn't get to talk to you as much. Every year I try to find somebody like that and have some sort of longer conversation with, so it's worth it.
For sure.
Worth it. But
until next time, support your local dent slayer. See y'all next time.
See you guys.
Thank you.
The Dent Slayer, Matt Boyette. Thank you so much for being here.
She's smooth, boys.